Give me that bump bump, yeah. Shiva. Oh my god. Trans milk. My milk mommy. Daddy. Meatball run.
Another day, another day. Daily Fix. I'm Alan Wheeler, and on today's episode,
Hey,
we
Alan.
explain the latest Starfield drama, Xbox takes away an enticing Game Pass offer, and Nintendo just announced their next Direct. There's a lot to discuss, so let's get into it. Starfield is almost out.
We want you to take.
Alright, see, Starfield.
We've been playing it, well, not me, but other people at IGN, and so have a bunch of other people. Players have been discovering all sorts of things in the game and, of course, testing the limits of what you can and can't do in the open world. Recently, a leaked video of gameplay shows a player running into an error message after walking in one direction for about 10 minutes. The error says, "Boundary reached," with a prompt to open the map and explore elsewhere or return to your ship. This
How long does it take to get across a horizon? How long does it take to get to walk across horizon Forbidden West map? It can take up to 12 minutes by flying. That's really fast. Yeah, I know, that map is fucking huge.
seems to run counter to developer Bethesda's claims that you can explore entire planets. In an August 21st exchange on X, user Jeff Threat tagged Bethesda's head of publishing Pete Hines and asked, quote, on X, user Jeff Threat tagged Bethesda's head of publishing Pete Hines and asked, quote, when I land on a planet, will I be able to explore that whole entire planet, end quote. Hines responded with, quote, yup, if you want, walk on, brave explorer, end quote. Yep, walk on right into an invisible wall, apparently. Of course, many took to social media to call out Bethesda for lying about Starfield, but there were those who were quick to defend the game. As spotted by Kotaku, streamer Darius Fears addressed the boundary reached issue, saying that it's not a persistent problem. Fears said, quote, there is nothing stopping you from exploring the planet. It just may be a loading screen, or you may have to land at the next spot, which is a short loading or cutscene to continue exploring the same planet. Forbes' Paul Tassi said that the drama is, quote, very stupid, end quote, and honestly, I agree. Windows Central's Jess Corden also chimed in, saying there's inaccurate information.
The thing is with the 30 FPS lock and there being loading screens, the clip that they were showing, there was nothing going on. Like Minecraft, you could run infinitely, right?
Being spread online and to wait for proper reviews after the embargo lifts. Inaccurate information making the rounds online? Can't say that I've ever heard of that happening before, especially in video games. Well, if you want our opinion on Starfield, you can check out our review when the embargo lifts this Thursday. I'm so excited. In related Microsoft news, the company has removed its $1 Xbox Game Pass trial just days before Starfield launches to the world. Coincidence? Maybe not. Microsoft had already announced that they were doing away with the 30-day trial for $1 offer, replacing it with 14 days for $1. Oh, and raising the prices across all their other Game Pass plans. But now, as spotted by Polish gaming site XGP, it seems that the $1 offer is completely missing from the Xbox Game Pass sign-up page. A quick glance at the site and yeah, looks like it's gone. Bethesda's Starfield will be making its debut on the Game Pass service on Friday, so subscribers will be able to play the massive space RPG on day one without having to pay extra for the game. It's just a bummer that you can't do it for $1. The lowest tier on offer right now is $16.99 USD. We've reached out to Microsoft for comment, so check back with IGN for more. And finally, Nintendo has announced a new Direct, this one focusing on Super Mario Bros. Wonder. The hopefully wonderful Direct will stream online this Thursday, August 31st at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, and will run for about 15 minutes. We're all pretty excited for Super Mario Bros. Wonder, seeing as it's been a while since we've gotten a proper 2D entry in the franchise. Super Mario Bros. Wonder launches on October 20th on Nintendo Switch, but check back with IGN later this week for the latest from that Direct. And that's not the only bit of Nintendo news that we have today. According to Circana, the Nintendo Switch has surpassed the Wii in total US sales. That's an insanely impressive feat, as the Wii is one of the best-selling consoles of all time with more than 100 million units sold worldwide. And hey, Circana's got you stats nerds covered on the all-time standings. The Switch is just under 1 million units away from catching up to the Xbox 360, and fewer than 5 million units from passing the PlayStation 2, the all-time sales leader for home consoles. And those are your stories for today, Tuesday, August 29th. If you're looking for something else to watch, check out our preview of Skull and Bones, Ubisoft's gritty pirate game that's been in development for 10 years, keeps getting delayed, and has gone over budget multiple times. Yes, it's real, and yes, we finally got to play. I'm Alan, and we'll see you on the next Daily Fix.
This was something that I wasn't initially interested in covering, but it's blown up so much that I feel I basically have no choice. Now, the reason why I didn't want to cover it is a very personal, and by personal I mean, all right, this is going to sound very juvenile, but I guess I have to be out with it, okay? Conceptually, I don't like breast milk. I just don't. It has nothing to do with gender or sex or anything in the universe. I just don't. It's one of those, it's like a squick thing, you know what I mean? Like I can't stand seeing people drooling. I just, you know what, it's just a totally irrational, there's nothing structural or political about it. It's just a completely, she's here, so she'll yuck it up. So I was thinking, you know, okay, well, I really don't want to talk about this, just pure selfishly. I just don't want to talk about this because I'll have to show images on my screen and blah, 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 but you know, it got so big. Okay, great. So there's this person called Nominal Naomi. Naomi? It's got to be Naomi, because Naomi sounds dumb. Unless it is Naomi, in which case the other one sounds dumb. Nobody corrected me audibly. You can't correct me from chat on pronunciation, guys. Naomi? Isn't that a character in The Matrix, right? I'm positive that's the name of a character in The Matrix. Okay, so here's a cool little biology lesson, all right? This is gonna blow your minds, all right? Did you know, biologically, when you're a little zygote in your mother's womb, or hey, in your father's womb, because we live in a crazy woke world.
Jesus
you know
Christ.
That your whole body at that point is made up of magical little cells called embryonic stem cells. And the cool thing about these cells is that, you know, you give them a smack on the head and they go, whoa, what do I turn into today? Sometimes they turn you into a male, sometimes into a female, sometimes they make you cool and handsome like me, sometimes you turn out like you guys. A lot of stuff you can do there, but it all comes back to the same root process, which means that there is a highly analogous relationship between the organs in a female and male human, right? So I'm not the first person to point this out, but like, you know, a penis is basically just a flipped up, inside out, loop-de-loop vagina. It's true. There's charts online you can look at. I don't know if YouTube would care for me to do in the specifics. Why do you think that I have nipples, right? There's a biological analogy at play there. So it turns out that if you're a trans chick, this can happen to cis guys too, by the way, based on some various hormonal stuff. But if you're a trans chick, you take estrogen, you can actually make breast milk, because the parts necessary to make breast milk are present in basically all humans. You know, they just need to be sort of activated by the engine that is estrogen. So wild stuff, right? So anyway, Naomi, my good friend Naomi, whose name I've always known how to pronounce, right, got in a bit of hot water. See, Naomi does, as is the case with all trans women, OnlyFans content, and also has a child to whom she breastfeeds. Now, given the current discourse vis-a-vis trans women, I'm sure you can see exactly where this went, but post-millennial article. What is this transgendered doing grooming this child with breast milk? A lot of them, this is like a thing. They're like, what is it in that little bottle over there? What is that? Is that pus? I've seen people unironically say this. Is that cum? I saw, I'm not kidding. I saw one person on Twitter being like, with you holding up a bottle of white milky substance, what do you think people are going to expect? Like they can't visually tell the difference between nut and, as if trans women even nut what on every level, okay? On every imaginable level. This rabbit hole goes so deep, okay? Naomi, a good friend Naomi, has been fighting it out on Twitter, defending herself against basically every imaginable grooming accusation. There are people saying that Naomi has her kid in her OnlyFans. It's not true, but of course they'll say it anyway. They don't care. You know, you think they need to be telling the truth to say things? It's actually, you're legally allowed to tell lies on the internet. I don't know if you knew this. You know, millions and millions of views. There's Andy No. Probably heard that guy's name before. Look at this. A hashtag trans activist who is a biological male celebrated on a TikTok video that she is able to, well, thank you, Andy. That's so kind of you. Is able to secrete a fluid from her chest. She says she will feed that to a child. Look at the way they're, so, I know, progressive Andy, right? Secrete a fluid. I know. His fans were mad at him for gendering her correctly. Ah, well, there you go, right? See the woke mob from the right. The fluid's milk, guys. People were really losing their mind about this. Now, Naomi has a research document, because she stole that idea from me. I was the first person to do this, which goes into the science on trans women's breast milk. It's the same thing, guys. It's the same milk. It's exactly the same. In fact, I think one of these studies actually says that it might actually be more nutritionally valuable than cis women's milk. Where did it say that? Anatomic function identically. No adverse effects. I read that here. Was that something else? I swear I remember seeing that at some point. Probably just like a barely statistically relevant distinction, but it's still very funny. And it must have been somewhere else. Whatever the case may be, we have the scientific vetting. Now, has the scientific vetting caused the right to walk back on this and change their minds and so on and so on? Obviously not. The discourse has been every bit as bad as you could imagine. Like Naomi, fighting for her life out here. You can just look at this. It's just all, and there's so much engagement, you know. Naomi's probably gotten a lot of attention to the OF too, so that's good at least. It's gynephilia discourse, some kind of people outside of a club, arguing with people lying. Just found out this guy has an OnlyFans where he dresses up in cow print and cow ears and calls lactation cow achievement. Oh, I feel sick. My ick with lactation aside, that sounds kind of cute. That's like a little bit going on over there, right? It's like yeah. You know what the impression that I get from this is? Because of course the narrative they want to push is that like breastfeeding for Naomi is like a sexual thing, right? What I think they think is that breastfeeding in general is sexual and that's okay as long as it's the right kind. It's like when people say like nudity is sexual, and then they're like, oh, okay, well, you know, when you're with your family when you're young, it's different. And when they say that, it makes me feel like, do they think that when they were a kid and naked around their parents that was sexual and that it was just the right kind? I'm being serious here. Pedocon theory is a scientifically validated fact, so we can operate on the assumption that all of them are pedophiles. The only question is, how does this fit into the theory, you know? The idea, I mean, the accusation that any, like, instance of breastfeeding is like a sexual interaction, which is normal and natural with cis women, but degenerate and predatory with trans women, comes across to me as like, I don't know, kind of like a literally infantilized variant of the whole where was she when I was a kid phenomena of like chuds replying to Twitter posts announcing that a female teacher has been arrested for being a kid. It comes across to me as deeply creepy, very unsettling, I must say. Not a huge fan of this, folks. Not a huge fan of this one. You guys know what I'm talking about? She posted this too. This is my experience trying to do debates with these people. Convince me that's not pus. Would you like peer-reviewed studies? No. Well, there we go. There we go. Marshall T. You know, first name bunch of numbers with a blue check mark coming in with the critical argument. You can't beat that. You can't win. At least he's straightforward. I do appreciate the honesty. I think the honesty is great. Oh, wait, apparently the most recent post from Naomi involves... Oh my god, this made its way to a Matt Walsh video. Aforementioned cowgirl. Matt, what's up?
I'm an incredibly cuddly cow, bovine fetishist, OnlyFans account. In order to satisfy this deranged desire, when a real mother breastfeeds her child, it is a loving, life-sustaining act. Take that, something that is good and life-giving, fetishize it. A mother breastfeeds her child for the sake of the man for his own weird desires and proclivities. The well-being of the child is irrelevant. How great it is to induce lactation in men, as Naomi and his fake studies demonstrate, innocent people are being conscripted to start discharging liquid from their chest, which is something that has been known to happen. You can't rely on the source anymore. Peer-reviewed doesn't mean anything.
That's true. I completely agree. I mean, we know what his video is going to be about anyway, right? So I guess the question would be, what would happen if there was a cis woman who was recently pregnant and lactating, and both off camera, you know, breastfed her child, but on camera had big milky cow titties. This is not an uncommon thing. Like, generally speaking, you only lactate after giving birth or with some, like, estrogens to accomplish, you know, see, the amount of estrogen, you know, like, I don't know. So I guess, are they suggesting that, like, any lactation or OnlyFans account, these are all like part of grooming or sexualizing it? Of course, to be fair, as a fascist, Matt Walsh would also be categorically against any kind of pornography production, whether a woman is a recent mother or not. So I guess this might be one of those like holistic things. But if so, that would be an argument he would make against sex work broadly, not one he could make specifically against trans women lactating, blah, 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 right? Yeah, obviously it's all completely irrational, but I didn't realize this would just get so out of hand. I mean, seriously, like, I saw the initial post, Naomi and so on. I thought, well, you know, good luck to my oomphy, I'm not touching the breastfeeding stuff. But it's just gone so much farther than that. I think that a lot of the like fuel for the discourse has been the fact that trans women can lactate is a pretty strong argument against the biologically essentialist arguments that the right makes, because their whole thing is like, there are males and there are females. And it's like, okay, well, leaving aside that it's more...
Oh shit, I'm out of ammo! That's why I'm punching.
Trans women can lactate. Like, creeping on your territory, perhaps? I did see, because the reason I remember there being a study that said that trans women's milk might actually be marginally more nutritious than cis women's on average. I saw a woman responding to that on Twitter, some type or whatever, going,
the asshole's actually gonna kill me. What the fuck?
Way this disgusting liquid is better than our milk or something. Like freaking out at the idea of a biological male outcompeting them in this. I'm sorry. It's
fuck.
Biological males all the way down. They seethe, they cope, they cry. Oh, they're taking over our sports. Oh, they're taking over our esports. oh my God, all the now all the guys that I try to date in college get disappointed when I say I have a pussy. It's like, you know, that's the future. A lot of trans guys out there too. People are winning all over the place, just not whiny cis women. You know? It's how it is. I'm still alarmed by people dismissing the studies, saying they're fake. Well, again, it's anti-empiricism. That's fascism for you. You think a fascist is going to like, okay, here's an example, right? This is what fascists do, all right? Fascists, particularly of the Nazi variety, this will be a surprise to you. They didn't like Jews. By the way, Naomi's Jewish, if I remember correctly, which has fueled a lot of hatred against her as well. You know, they thought that they were the Ubermenschen, and they thought that you're not Jewish? Oh, I thought I saw a bunch of people saying you were. You telling me the far right would just say that about you? Well, people think that she's Jewish, and that fueled a lot of hatred against her. You know, whatever. And what was I saying? Oh yeah, well the Nazis thought they were the Ubermenschen, Jews were the Untermenschen, blah blah blah. Nazis, if I recall correctly, stopped using IQ tests as a metric for intelligence because Ashkenazi Jews would outperform them on average, something like that. Like they had to start devising their own systems for testing intelligence.
Shit! His buddy
they didn't
came.
like the outcomes that they were getting from the existing ones. This is just how fascists operate. This is just.
Oh my God!
It's why like rhetoric is so important because you can have all the data in the world, but Naomi, you're in chat. Naomi,
All right, got him.
how many people you know you posted the studies? How many conservatives have you seen go? Oh my goodness, I didn't realize that there was actually a wealth of research on the subject, and I was incorrect with my presumption that trans women's military blah blah blah. How many times does that happen? I had a handful of people say they changed their mind, but I doubt they were very conservative going into it. Yeah, it's, you know...
Fuck!
It's not valuable at all.
This guy's doing some
Just,
nasty damage.
It's the nature of the discourse.
Damn. I betrayed the wrong teammates.
Not to sound facetious, but seeing conservative commentators post the Cowgirl OF promo material...
He's got health packs too. Shit!
Pull the Coomers away from transphobia than the studies did, the more intellectual types. It's just how it is. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. Not good. Such a stupid topic. It's so dumb. It's convince me that's not I love this topic. It's really dumb.
Wait, why did I sprint? Shit!
There's also a
Mistake!
person who reported her to Child Protective Services. Yeah, I didn't want to go for like every mega post that had been made about her because it's kind of a rabbit hole.
All right, got him.
It's
God
pretty
damn.
wonderful. It's just there's really nothing to it, right? I mean, if the broader discourse is like, oh, if there are trans mothers breastfeeding their children, that is innately abuse. Again, like, this is why I'm always right. I say genocide, I mean genocide. I'm right about genocide. You know, to bring about conditions which destroy a group in whole or in part, and then you have like, well, you can't be a trans child because your health care is banned and your parents might get in legal trouble or you might be taken away by the state. And you can't be a trans parent because you raising your child is grooming. You can't use restrooms because if you use the one that is associated with your birth sex, then you look out of place and might get assaulted. And if you know, it's illegal to use the other one. And then it's like, oh, well, where can trans people exist and do things? And the answer is barcades. They have not yet removed transgenders from barcades. So if they want to get a slice of pizza and overpriced beer and play some Galaga, that's still open to them. It's a fundamental freedom they have not had yet taken. Maybe they will someday, but not today.
I'll have to make another choice in Chapter 1. Choose the weaponized mining ship. Wait, escort or destroy? Choose escort.
They hate to see a
The
black
weaponized
king winning,
mining ship.
or a bling, as it's known. God damn, he looks good. They're equally attractive. Too bad the writing will be trash. It's Magic the Gathering. What are you talking about? It's a card game.
Chapter
I'm just
3.
sad because there were actual black people in lore. and
Prevent
Lord of the Rings that have
corporate
references.
salvage of
There's plenty
new
black
tech.
cards in the set. The only black characters that I remember were pretty like racistly depicted. I know that there was some racist shit in the Lord of the Rings books, and then in the movie, it was like, yeah, here's the army of men who allied with the orcs and with Sauron, and it's like a bunch of like Arab black guys on elephants or something. That's what I remember. It's like from a million years ago, man. What's the point of race swapping? Why not just have original characters? Because it's a Lord of the Rings tie-in. Like, why would you pay for the licensing on a Lord of the Rings tie-in and then make original characters in the Lord of the Rings universe? That seems kind of weird.
Nerderotic.com.
Oh my lord. This was actually.
Oh, wow. I immediately know it. Oh my god, it's a Zoom call with like 20 people. Wow, immediately I know exactly what kind of channel this is. Holy shit.
Real.
Yeah.
King of Gondor.
Oh. Aragorn, Kang of Gondor. There we go, like right off the bat, huh? Damn. That was pretty straight out with it, wasn't it? Just say the N-word, dude. You know you can just say it. The video title didn't turn you. Huh? Damn. Oh.
Yeah.
King of Gondor. Real.
Yeah.
King of Gondor.
You called him Kang of Gondor? What is that?
Oh. Aragorn, Kang of Gondor. There we go, like right off the bat, huh? Damn. That was pretty straight out with it, wasn't it? Just say the N-word, dude. You know you can just say it. The video title didn't turn you. Man, I genuinely, I don't think the average video that complains about SJWs in media will open with something that overt. You know what I mean? I don't think they'll normally open with like, you know, oh man. Yeah, it took like no time at all.
Hold on. Where's Aragorn? Is he standing behind his
I'm
wife's
not seeing
boyfriend?
Eric. Yeah, is this like a Where's Waldo?
Behind the tree.
Oh, I'm protecting it now.
How do people listen to this, dude? It's like, there are so many people. It's like it's uncomfortable. Like not uncomfortable to listen to. Like it's racist. It is racist. It's just too many people talking at once. Shouldn't you maximize it, or like maximum?
Oh, I did that. That was me.
Like, why so many?
It's an alternate reality.
Plus sound effects.
So
Who did?
this is actually a form of racism because you cannot tell me
two of these
these
dickheads.
assholes
What the
did not
fuck?
do this just for the reaction.
Wizards of the Coast.
I like that one. Wizards of the Coast did this because they knew that frothing
Holy
retards like
shit.
us would get angry over
What the
it.
fuck is
Grr.
that? Who else is here?
How
Just
how
these two
dare they
dickheads?
know exactly what our stupid brains like turn to? Like,
This is blackface, just like when you swap somebody that's a established character. You are committing TV or film
Oh, he's a
blackface.
dick
that's
boy.
true. Whatever the that means. Haven't
He's
you
gonna
been
be
against
slow.
race-swapping characters
Oh,
for
he's
no reason,
dead.
like Superman, for example? So yeah, I'll explain. The difference there is that this is a tie-in deal where they got the licensing rights to a pre-existing property, meaning that there's no reason for them to create new characters. Like, if you're Marvel and you're just like doing comic runs and you want to have more black representation, I think you should make new characters rather than just like retconning or reimagining existing white characters as black, because that's just kind of weak shit, you know? But in this case, they literally paid for a licensing deal.
Jesus
Like the idea
Christ,
of
these
them
guys are
getting
going
Lord of the Rings
nuts.
licensing permissions and then go like,
They're not
my
even that
OC
hard.
is like really dumb.
It's just
Second of all,
annoying.
with a character like Superman
More?
has been depicted in approximately 15
Oh, boy.
quintillion
Oh,
comics
boy.
and movies and TV shows and blah 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 blah. And we all know exactly what he looks like in our head. We have a pretty strong mental image. Aragorn has been in like one movie.
Oh,
Like,
boy,
I don't
what?
think there's a canon appearance
What?
of Aragorn, right? Like there's the movies, but then if you go back and you watch like the animated show for The Lord of the Rings, which I remember watching when I was a kid, or like The Hobbit, people look different. Wasn't there that animated thing where Aragorn was like Native American, and it was done by that guy who did like the adult cartoons later on in like New York or something? This was like back in the 1970s. Yeah, the animated Lord of the Rings. This is a really bad image. But
Shit.
He's basically like Native American. It's really hard to find a high-res image from this. Bakshi, the Bakshi. That's Boromir on the right, by the way. Yeah, but it's like it's literally a book that people are just doing adaptations of, right? I don't really care. That animation is terrible. Here is how he is described in the book. Although the series offers very few details on Aragorn's physical appearance. we know
Fuck,
he's
man.
Tall and lean, with a shaggy head of dark hair flecked with gray, in a pale stern face, a pair of keen gray eyes. Hold on. I'm noticing something pretty woke here.
What the
Hold
fuck
on.
was that?
His eyes are
Shot some
blue in
extra
the movie,
shit at
not
me.
gray. Why the did they overwrite the book description in the live action adaptation? They said his eyes were gray. This is clearly blue. Woke. 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 You see the point that I'm trying to make here? If that's the only description we have of his appearance, then going from pale-faced to dark-skinned is about as much of a difference as going from gray-eyed to blue-eyed. We're literally like adapting off of 2 sentences here. Also, not to be a stickler for detail, but pale-faced doesn't necessarily mean complexion. Pale-faced can also mean that you have a gaunt or like unhealthy
You can't see me.
sort of ethereal tone. You can have a pale face as a black person. It doesn't mean that your face is white skin necessarily.
Do you see me?
It can just mean that it doesn't have much, much color in it, much red. Pale, when we talk about how people looking pale, we often mean that there's not much of a red tone in their face. Red, like flush, full of blood. That's why people look pale when they get scared. Yeah. If the book explicitly said he was white, would that change your view? Well, considering the fact that I don't think the Lord of the Rings
I gotta start
universe
kicking
is
them
meant
more.
to have,
Fucking
like,
asshole,
our
fuck you.
races explicitly. That would be pretty weird.
Yeah, I gotta kick them
think
more.
That if it
That really
explicitly
works.
said that he was white, changing that to him being black
Bitch.
wouldn't still be that much different from changing his eyes from gray to blue, because we're talking about a fantasy universe. Making Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. white in a historical adaptation is significant because him being black is pretty
All right.
important to his
Much
historical
better.
figure. Like, it's pretty important to his story. For Aragorn, though, when does his skin color come up? Ever? I'm genuinely asking because I haven't read the books. I'm a big fan of the movies, but as I understand, like there's just not an acknowledgement of real-life racial dynamics in Lord of the Rings. There are unintentional allegories, but I don't think anyone ever went up to Aragorn and was like, "Hey, what's up, white boy? White boy, whoa, bro!" And then someone points at Gimli, and they're like, "Slightly darker skin." Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. He, in the movies, he's a little bit darker skin. I don't know. If anything, I feel like dwarves should be
Fuck!
because
God
they're always under
damn it!
You know, that's yeah. Tolkien is explicitly against racial and racism too. Well, yeah, I mean, he was still like racist throughout, but like yeah, yes. I think Tolkien was a cool guy, by the way. When I point out problems in the work with regards to like racism or whatever, I'm not
These
like
fucking
attacking- He was
assholes.
born like 5 million years ago. Okay. Not to mention, you guys saw that letter. Somebody wrote Tolkien basically asking if he was a Jew, and he responded with like, "I'm not, but why you asking, bro? Jews are cool." He basically wrote back with like the 60 or 70-year-old equivalent of that. Yeah, I am not privileged to be a member of that fine people or something like that. The Nazi government did that. Oh, sorry, it wasn't a random person. It was the entire Nazi government. My bad. I mean, literally, right? Literally got a letter directly from Hitler. In the books, they're pretty explicit that there are multiple ethnicities.
got
and
his
different
ass.
races. There's like 12 Hobbit. Yeah, but ethnicity and race aren't the same. And hobbits
Come
aren't
on.
a race
Ugh.
the way black people are a race. This is, oh god, this is like the fantasy race thing, right? We have the same term for it. Like we say human race. In
God
our
damn!
real life, a
Fuck.
race is something we only talk about for humans, and they're members of the same species. All humans are the same species. We're all Homo sapiens sapiens. Whereas, like, they're like, oh, well, orcs are a fantasy race. They're not really a fantasy race, bro. They're a
Stupid ass
fantasy
fucking
species,
wheels, man.
you
Get the
know?
fuck over
Though,
here.
In fantasy logic, and so
Stupid,
the
annoying
and
piece
the
of
weird
shit.
girls with big round glasses and mousy hair can have their fan fiction. It does seem like all fantasy races can crossbreed. We're all familiar with half orcs, half elves, half dwarves. So you know,
Fucking
the
annoying,
mousy haired
Jesus.
girls continue to get their fanfic material. So you know, so however you want to go about that. All right, I'll give it like a minute more.
Oh, fuck.
You're not being based. You're just black-facing characters. This is another.
Absolutely.
And it's Wizards of the Coast. So what to expect? That company's lost. It's absolutely lost. It's
Completely
fallen
lost.
to the cult. But
I don't know how.
This is future landfill material.
I thought this was just the best person for the role.
That's true. People will hate this. I bet you this is going to go on to be like a super popular run. I mean, obviously. Is that Soygon? Oh, is there anyone here I recognize? Nerd, Roddick, Ide, Cobra, AZ, 1/4 Black Garrett. Benny Johnson! What? Dudes! That's Benny Johnson! What are you doing here? I don't recognize anyone else. This is that shit meme guy. This is the guy who did like the conservative meme collages where somebody would do an animation of like Hillary Clinton with prison bars slamming in front of her, and then her head would bob and she'd go, "Oh no!" And then he would laugh for 5 minutes. Bro, Black Aragorn is so... It's disgusting how handsome he is, yeah. The white boys in this panel are feeling threatened.
Wait.
He is a sexy Aragorn.
Already
God.
Wizards of the Coast are already dumping magic cards in landfills right now. They can't get this, so they're dumping,
Man,
and
that's
then
like
they're
Funko.
doing this shit. Let's go around with Lord of the Rings crew.
I think they're just like making stuff. I think Wizard of the Coast is doing pretty good right now, right?
They're up for this.
Oh yeah.
Sounds like the worst aspect
Yeah,
of
we
nerd
didn't-
culture getting thrown into landfills because they suck.
Tolkien fans just didn't take down a
Right next to
trillion-dollar
the
company.
story, game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's stir the pot with the Tolkien fandom because
They've been doing dumb ideas and getting people pissed off at them. I know the copyright thing got people mad at them. Okay, maybe not Wizards of the Coast. What about MTG? I was about to say Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oversaturation of product, but the product is great. They've been printing too much stuff. Okay, but that's like a standard business mistake. That's not like people getting mad at the cards. The licensing thing was pretty stupid though. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor.
Holy
Greene.
shit!
they'll just sit back and take it.
The fuck was that?
We saw what happened with Rings of Power.
Yeah.
Do you remember how outraged people were with the movies when he had a little beard? Because
Yeah.
he's not supposed to have a beard.
Yes.
Like,
What?
this is the type of fandom that we're talking about, right? Where if you have what looks to be like 3 or 4 days not shaved, right?
What?
Basically, then people will freak out because it's not accurate to the books. And then you go ahead to that.
What? What? Yeah, they're just making stuff up. I don't know. It's pretty dumb. I gotta say, like, from an image perspective, eight mediocre-looking white nerds complaining as this, like, gorgeous... I say Black King, literal Black King, because this is after he's been crowned, right? Just standing here with this hot elf in hand. You know, it's just kind of funny. Do videos like this still get views? 66K, I guess? There are actually only, like, a couple of, ultra far right YouTube like nerd channels anymore, I think. A lot of the YouTube nerd channels have kind of broken off into being just general like politics far right channels like Quartering. There are a couple that maintain like the pretense of being engaged in nerd culture. The funny thing with the Quartering was originally a Magic the Gathering channel. But like, the pattern with these channels, none of them actually care about nerd shit anymore. They're all like bent out of shape, angry, divorced, loser, like mid-30s or later guys who don't engage in their hobbies anymore because they don't find joy in life. So they don't actually like engage with the systems or anything. If you take a look at basically any nerd scene, the most involved people who are actually on the ground, who buy the comics, who play the game, who participate professionally, they don't get mad about stuff like this. They just like the company and they like the game. Maybe liking Wizards of the Coast is not the best decision, but you know, they don't do stuff like this. It's people on the outside who don't actually participate in the community, but pretend to for the sake of grifting and trying to pull off people for like conservative rage bait.
I've got 3 expansions,
So many
but how do
gamers
I
are gay.
use
Oh my
it?
god, go to a Magic the Gathering tournament like anywhere, dude. There are so many homos.
Purge weapon?
Homos love nerd shit.
What is that?
Oh yeah, see, it's like the it's the whole channel. What was the channel that was like this before? The like super overly, like overtly racist one? Its views are doing pretty good actually. And like the Quartering, they have like the same thumbnail every time. Because I think they eat up like the same audience, you know? Like the people who watch the Quartering also watch this. It's the same like
Option
ultra low IQ
R,
people who
option
just want,
L.
like 5 to 10
Option
minute
for
video
what?
snippets where
Oh,
they want
click
to be
L3
reassured
triangle
that
for
at
the
any
core
moment,
expansion.
all the woke crap in media is going to fall apart, even though it never has and never will. Like literally, even Matt Walsh was like,
Ooh, that's
gonna
gonna change the fucking
It
game.
doesn't work, and it never has. Like they've been doing this bit.
Gotta see how much damage that does.
for years and years now, and media just keeps getting woker. Because in reality, like, this represents a super, super, super small minority of consumers, and the vast majority of people are not, like, this mentally ill. Yeah, there was the video we watched. Actually, like, the least viewed video they put out in a while.
I gotta shoot
Guess they
behind
don't
him.
talk about Magic the Gathering that much. He's gay now? Reacting to Disney's latest woke disaster. This needs to stop. Red. The concept of red needs to stop. These thumbnails.
7,000 damage.
But that's the point, I guess. It's kind of like the reactionary equivalent of those clickbait videos on YouTube that get like 15 million views, where it's like, I spent 58 hours inside of a shark tank, and it'll be a guy with an enlarged face, like soy facing, while somebody photoshopped them in a like stock image of a diver's suit. You know what I mean?
Is he aiming at my
MCU.
friend?
That's really good. I like that. Ant-Man 3. Another MCU disaster waiting to happen. That's pretty good. I like that one. Shocker, Henry Cavill out as Superman. No! I'm sorry. It's really funny. I just kind of like looking at thumbnails like that and reflecting on the fact that I could probably kill the average viewer of those videos with my...
Oh no, I didn't hit him. What the fuck?
You know what I mean? I feel like their psychic aura is very weak. You could just sort of stare at them and concentrate, and they would collapse. Their life energy is just very, not up to snuff. Yeah, it does stay on. It's always been like that. I'm pretty sure that if you went back, by the way, there were probably a lot of like proto Gamergate weirdos who were calling Lord of the Rings woke, right? Like saying that Ian McKellen was gay, so he couldn't be Gandalf would be one of them. But I like, there was probably a ton of shit that you could go through, or like maybe if it was taken forward to today, and you were like, yeah, well, if you like released the trilogy today and saw how people reacted, you know, only in the early 2000s, I imagine. Yeah, and we didn't have social media back then. The internet didn't work the same way back then. Is this a repeat of your Avatar to be canceled? Well, it's the same, yeah. You notice that like channels like this will attack basically everything coming out, right? They'll arbitrarily decide they're not mad at stuff occasionally, like the Super Mario Bros. Movie. But the Super Mario movie has like a Princess Peach in like weren't people saying that Princess Peach was like being too being too like aggressive and like combative and oh it's so woke or what? So like it's totally arbitrary. But in reality, like you can do this to literally any movie because basically every like Shazam 2, woke Shazam 2, Mandalorian is a joke. What are these guys even like? Triumph of the Will? And look, seriously, look at what these videos are meant to appeal to. This is, whoever this blonde person is, they photoshopped snot dripping from her nose. Like, really think who these videos are meant to appeal to.
Is that
This,
George
like,
Lucas
Looney
Heiling?
Tunes ass cartoon
Doing the Heil Hitler.
like these are
Damn.
like, this is
Exposed.
like baby shit. It's meant for like babies and insecure 13-year-old boys, you know? Maybe not even 13. And then we have Harry Potter gets a diverse TV series reboot. I guess that's Ron Weasley, who's transgendered, but then they photoshopped facial hair onto trans Ron Weasley.
Oh
which is
my
honestly
god.
pretty cool. But if Harry Potter looked like this guy,
Yo, that's nuts.
are you seriously gonna pretend that wouldn't improve the boring ass Harry Potter movies? Redoing all of the Harry Potter movies, except Harry Potter is like the Black Dynamite guy, would be, oh my god, it
Trans
would
Ron.
unimaginably improve everything.
Ron Transley.
Okay, don't have him be British. Have him be an American exchange student, and he's from Detroit, and he's like a Black Dynamite type guy, and he's like a insanely over-the-top blaxploitation.
Chapter 3. Alright,
Have him
alright, I'll
learn
wait.
magic, and then just redo the entire series like that. Infinitely better. I'm not joking. It would actually be like Kino, cinema masterpiece. But like because the viewers of this channel are racist, they see this and they're like, ooh, scary. He's gonna mug me. Avada Kedavra.
Avada Kedavra.
You know that
little
it's
sussy
you know
Harry.
that bit from the Harry Potter. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa, except like that. Except it's with the soft A and the hard A in the class, and it's him. And Lydia. They're like, no, okay, it's like this. Yeah, it's not Leviosa. You know that it's you know that bit from the Harry Potter. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa, except like that. Except it's with the soft A and the hard R. In the class, and it's him leading it. They're like, no, okay, it's like this. Yeah, it's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa. 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. 101. Okay, we're breaking orbit. Cancel time yet again. You can tell the difference, okay, between when people are getting mad at you online. That bit that I just did, no black person would ever get mad at me. White people wouldn't be half of black people. The average
thought that was
black
pretty
normie
funny.
would listen to that bit I just did and find it funny. They would call me a real one for that one, okay? It's white people who would get offended by it because they don't know the boundaries, because they're racist and they don't realize how you tap. They don't know how to tap dance on the edge. Are you black? No, but one time I had a black neighbor who was my neighbor. I mean, I don't really talk to my neighbors, you know, because I don't leave my house. But one time I was like, taking the garbage out, and she was a nice lady, because I talked to her before. She walked by me, and she was like, "Hey." I immediately taken aback, because I'm like, taking the garbage out. Like, what did I do wrong? I look at her, I'm like, "Oh, what's up?" She was like, "Hey, is this you?" And she holds out
I'm
her
getting
phone and
fucking
shows
pounded
me
here. Back up, buddy.
Me on TikTok.
Jesus.
Having a debate with somebody. It was a debate clip that was put out by another person on TikTok. It was just
Calm down,
me.
fellas.
I was like,
Jeez.
it was on race too. It was like I was like defending the idea. I was saying like systemic racism and stuff. And I was like, oh yeah. He was like, hey, you come off pretty good here. She like gave me a smile and walked away. And as all quirked up white boys know, being complimented by an older black woman is basically like you're Joe back. Basically, it's the highest form of praise. Yeah, the recognition. Yeah, I don't know why it works that way.
The recognition by the sweet old black lady. These guys just can't fucking stop bothering me. Little roaches.
I think I saw some controversy about this. So there was a white lady who BM'd people, and that was fine, but then there's a black lady who BM'd people, and that's not fine? What's happening?
I have no problem whatsoever. Skip, I want to preface everything that I say.
I'm coming.
Okay, as somebody who doesn't follow sports at all, I just want to say, I like watching...
The fuck is this blocked
talk
off? Goddamn.
shows on sports. This is Fox Sports. The reason I like watching talk shows on sports is because they usually have former athletes in suits, and they look amazing. You have all these like weaklings, these anchors that are just sitting there limply, and then you have people who are obviously former athletes. Like, am I wrong? He is, I assume. I don't know any of these people.
God damn
but
it.
Look at his shoulders.
Fucking...
Yeah, just sitting there being huge. You know? Yeah. Okay. Just yeah. He used to be in the NFL.
Can't
Well,
dodge my
that
kicks
explains the
forever.
shoulders. Right
Oh,
there.
fuck, you can.
She should have been a unanimous player of the year. Nobody should have got any vote. If you
Dumbass.
look at the way
Stop
she
fucking
played
with me.
all year, and if she solidified that, she answered
He's hot too. Yes, he is.
all the questions, she checked all the boxes in the tournament. She should have been a player
God
of the year.
damn it.
This is about the
Head in the corner.
portrayal
I'm coming.
of how women, we see it two different ways. 48 hours ago, when Caitlin Clark did this, John Cena, it was considered swag. 48 hours later, Angel Reese does the exact same gesture. It's classless.
Okay, yeah, this lady. I guess she's good at sports. I'm not gonna pretend that I know anything. College ball? Okay. I'm not gonna pretend that I know anything about sports. But she did this.
And Angel Reese knows a ring is coming.
Now, I don't know anything about sports, but obviously that's BM. I mean, clearly, you can read that the body language pretty well. And apparently a bunch of people got really mad because they were like, oh man, that's so classless. That's so ghetto. What is BM? Bad manners. Like bad manners. Like trash. It's trashing. Anyway, like a white lady did this before and people were fine, but because like a black lady did it, people are like really mad about it. White girls also done the same time. Yeah. I mean.
To say she was an idiot, not just an idiot.
Oh, of course. After letting this play for 1 minute, I would pause and show the video 8 picoseconds before they also. Okay. Thank you.
Effing idiot. For you to stoop so low to call a college kid, a female, because she did a gesture. When you didn't say anything when Caitlin Clark did, it's funny how, Skip, it's funny how America, society sees black and white. White person does the exact same gesture. Skip, you know one of the greatest talkers in the NBA?
It's such a non-story, though. I actually disagree. Because, for the most part, when it comes to, like, racist presentation in stories...
You got
in,
fucking
like, media or whatever,
caught up in
like,
his friend's
you can't
ass
just
cheeks.
point at a black person and go, like, haha, they're worse. Like, usually it's through like, coded stuff, you know? So, calling black women classless, I think, is actually one of the most... I think that's, like, the biggest thing they get hit with, you know? When it comes to, like, how do I racially code an insult without directly saying, I think that's actually it. Yeah, it's with black women like classless.
Gotcha,
so,
bitch.
The people who called her, who are the people who called her on this? There were like some big sports people who were saying like, oh, this is classless, this is disgusting or whatever. This, you know, this is Keith Olbermann. Yeah, Keith, you guys have heard, even you non-sports people, like you've heard of Keith before, right? Like even I know that name.
Oh boy.
Yeah, shut your dumbass up, leave Angel Reese alone, which is a good argument, you know. I don't even follow sports stuff, and I saw a lot of people talking about this. There were other people too. Black women are often seen as classless, angry, loud, etc. Yeah, one thing that I always thought was really weird, and I don't really know what like the intersectional, I don't know where the point is on this, but
I don't know where to attack them. Shit.
Okay, so there are like, if you want to talk about like cultures broadly, I think you could fairly say white people tend to be like relatively reserved.
I'm out of ammo. What the fuck is this?
Americans, when it comes to like if you go to a neighborhood that's mostly white people compared to like a neighborhood that's mostly black or Latin people, I think there's way more of like a community, like people enthusiastically communicating, socializing with each other, than in like white neighborhoods. I just imagine like barren, sterile suburbs or whatever. But the thing that was always weird to me is that like, if I had to put money on it or something, and I think like, okay, well, if you wanted to say like, are black women louder, are Latin women louder compared to white women? I mean, I don't know. I've seen lots of loud white women, but why is it that loud Latin women get called
Oh my god,
but loud black women get called classless? Isn't that weird? Because we also have a stereotype of Latin women being really like aggro, loud, over the top, but I don't hear classless as often, or ghetto or whatever. I hear, you know, there are plenty of Latin women in the ghetto. It's not like there's no association there. I hear fire,
Damn it.
like it's fetishized, like it's like a borderline positive. I don't know. Really weird. Really, really weird how that stuff plays out.
In history, you covered the guy, was Larry Bird. He was never criticized. One of the greatest talkers in NFL football is who? Phillip Rivers. He was never criticized.
This really highlights the difference between the two teams. I can't get over Iowa and LSU facing each other in the women's national championship.
Yeah, you take the heat for a bit. I'm about to die, man.
Oh, this always.
Oh no, I gotta be in front.
Okay, remember what I was saying about white women? Okay, High School Musical jam session. All right, I forgot to incorporate that into the loud white woman archetype. You know, that's in there.
Got him. Ooh.
Okay, we get it. We get what they're about. All right, now let's see. Yep. All right. We'll lower the volume.
Oh shit! Damn, that was a big boy.
They're just singing a song. This has 114,000 likes. Okay, this is exactly what I mean. A tale of two cultures. What does that mean? It's like yeah, culture, right? Yeah, culture. We've heard this one a million times before. I get the only like racially revealing thing that I see here is a reaffirmation of the fact that white people can't dance because they're not even trying to here. They are. Is it racist? I don't even know. Is this like pro them? I can't even tell, man. I don't even know. The second one is them partying. It says right here. One is before practice. One is after a big game. Y'all too much. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's culturally different, but is the comparison inherently racist? Well, that's what I mean. Can you tell? Because I feel like if a person who I knew was progressive posted this, I would go like, oh yeah, obviously. Like it's the joke is like white girls goofy, but they're like doing rap or whatever. But if like a right-wing account could post the exact same thing and it'd be like, oh, see, the white girls are poised and refined and they're listening to dirty rap music, like with no change in the content.
Oh, I gotta escort the
apart
helicopter.
from-
All right.
I have no idea. I don't even know. Love it. Thank you. Most responses do, but the ones who don't really do not pass the vibe. Maybe it is. I don't know. The replies don't seem to be full of white nationalists, though. So, man, I hate race as a concept.
How the fuck
I
did this
hate it
little
so
guy
much.
live? Get
So
out of here.
dumb. I will say, though, assuming that this is being done in a non-racist context, like they literally mean culture here, and it's not a dog whistle, I will say this much. Stuff like this is it's a reflexive defense in the context of a culture like this. Does that make sense? Like, one of the reasons black people play up the yeah we party attitude is because they're doing so in response to a culture that's kind of demeaning them for that anyway, right? Like, there's an oppositional attitude here that gets fed into by the broader cultural narratives. It gets so complicated.
Did he say anything about Caitlin Clark? Was it classless when she did it? No, nothing. Everybody.
This is like a Virgin versus Chad discourse right here. Look at this. Over here, my man's muscles are filling up the suit. And over here, this guy's like limp, he's saggy, he's sleepy. Sleepy Joe over here, Sleepy Skip. Skip is possibly the most...
Am I weighing you down?
Really? Why?
Oh, he's good.
Skip said that a player wasn't a leader because he took some time away after his brother's suicide. Yeah, you gotta stay on that grind set. Big dub for Skip. Yeah. Get into a car accident, your way to work, you limp your way back to work. Get back over there. Get in that seat. Grind set.
I mean, how do we... It's so obvious what this is. Let's get this.
You f***ing die? Who cares? Show up to work.
This is not about anything else other than race. And I wish we didn't have to talk about it. I wish you and I could come out here and talk about what a great game. And Kim Mulkey, she did an unbelievable job.
What the fuck?
She has only her second year. Yeah. She put LSU, they're a power now. People got to respect this basketball.
I feel okay. I don't know anything about this guy, so I don't want to project too much. But I feel like right now he's just checking out because this is like a race talk, and he's like, I'm just gonna keep my head down. Either because he doesn't care, or he doesn't want to be canceled or something. You know what I mean? Like, he does not want to talk about this. His body language is so much. It's like, yeah, okay, yep, yep, racism, yep.
Won the college basketball program. She's one of the 2 or 3 greatest coaches, probably Gino. Now you got to go Kim Mulkey, the 3rd greatest college female basketball coach in history.
I'll buy that.
And but what we're talking about, because right down the middle, we see 2 different gestures. And one is a celebration, is celebrated as celebrated. The other is condemned. And why? Because a black did the exact same gesture that a white female did 48 hours earlier.
Jill Biden invited both teams to the White House because of this? Holy shit. That's so awkward. Can you imagine, like, being any player on either team and a black girl does, like, some BM or whatever, and then it turns into discourse, and then you both get invited to, like, the principal's office, Jill Biden, so she can offer you some cookies and have, like, a reconciliation moment in an environment where, as far as I can tell, the discourse is between commentators and not the players themselves. Like, I don't think any of the white girls have taken to Twitter and been like, I hate it when black women act confident around me. So, this is very funny. I hope they filmed the entire thing.
The Louisville player got into it. Ain't nobody know that swag. Ooh, Caitlin Clark, she liked that. That's the Mamba mentality. Everybody was loving it.
You're down 15, shut up.
Angel Reese can't say nothing.
Yeah.
Angel Reese do that. Why are you doing that? You're not the NBA. This not yada yada yada. They have so much negativity to say. Is that our expression? We've always been very expressive. Jack Johnson started this. Jack Johnson started this 1900 skip when he would beat they white head with.
Angel Reese's reaction. Crying, laughing emoji of joke. Oh shit, she's turning down Jill Biden? Oh, okay. It's okay because Jill Biden is inviting both teams. Oh look, a participation trophy, sorry. So Angel Reese is basically saying like, get those white girls out of there. Or something. Damn, she's remarkably confident, huh? Like doing the BM to begin with, and then Jill Biden, like, hey, both teams get to go to the White House. She's like, no, I get to go to the White House. She doesn't get to go to the White House. She lost. She's a loser. I get to go to the White House. Incredible. I respect it. I think that athletics is one of the very few environments where you get to be like an over-the-top, arrogant asshole, and it's completely fine. I think that, I mean, I don't pay much attention to sports, and I think I generally respect players who are kind of conciliatory and humble more, but I don't think there's anything wrong with being like a big over-the-top, arrogant dick, because sports plays so much into that.
I'm sorry that I cannot give LSU the due respect that they deserve. They're winning.
You can, though. You are.
Yeah, I want to so bad, Skip, but it's trash talk. It's a part of the game. But white trash talk and black trash talk, Skip, is viewed entirely different.
Really?
And we know why.
True. Yeah, no, it's true. I don't think I've ever seen this much like pushback on what was perceived to be kind of like a racist double standard when it comes to the behavior of black versus white athletes. Maybe there has been. I do know there was a big kerfuffle after the nappy-headed hose thing, but that was like 15 years ago or something. Man, that was so
Yo, he sounded mad funny saying that.
Crazy. Yeah, Don Emos referred to the Rutgers University's women's basketball team, which is comprised of 8
After the
African-American
nappy-headed
white
hose
players,
thing.
as nappy-headed hose. Immediately after the show's executive producer Bernard McGurk called the team Hardcore Hose. I don't even think I can read this full article. McGurk referred to the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship game between Rutgers and Tennessee as a Spike Lee thing, adding the Jigaboos versus the Wannabes, that movie that he had. I hope that's a tier 3 slur or lower, because like they just said this shit on radio. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this was back in 2007. Yeah, we've come a long way. Okay, this article. Wait, hold on. This article has higher level slurs down the. Wow, these guys were very active participants in the race war here. I've always said that like the most racist people aren't the ones who say the N-word. It's the ones who say racial slurs that went out of use back in the 1930s. Okay, if a racist person starts using terms that sound like you would have gotten it from a historical piece from like the Dust Bowl, that's when you know, like this person is committed. They're not just some edgy Xbox teenager who's saying the meanest word they know to get a rise at it. No. They're this is a real one. Okay, this is a true warrior of racism. Probably shouldn't do that. Shouldn't be super racist if you can help it. Racial slurs from the Reconstruction era. When you hear them spoken, you can actually kind of like see the dust cloud emanating from the evacuated chambers in their lungs they had to excavate in order to get at those words. Yeah, like Richard Spencer with the Octoroon thing. I don't even know if you get in trouble for saying that, because it's like it's a million-year-old racial slur. It'd be like opening up at like Middle English dictionary and reading out slurs from like the Holy Roman Empire. It's like, does it mean anything anymore? Does this pertain? Is there relevancy? I don't know. You know? You Mark Hip. A Mark Pip was an Austrian-Hungarian weasel farmer. A racial slur of great consequence. You know, a man was once executed for speaking this out loud in front of a minor duke.
God damn it, it still got me. Fuck! Oh! Fucking snipers, man. These fucking pussies. God! More pussies. God damn it. What is this?
The Tall Knight situation is insane, which is probably what I'll call the title of this video. Now, I am no stranger to the Tall Knight and drama that he has been surrounded in. I think I've done like 3 videos on him at this point. 3 separate videos for 3 different instances of drama that he has been involved in. Usually what I do is go ahead and break down the situations, kind of give my take on it. But honestly, with this one, this is the worst drama that Tall Knight has been involved in yet. And this is the one where his career is basically on the line. Now, first off, I gotta say, if I open my TikTok and I scroll for like more than 2 seconds, guaranteed there will be some kind of TikTok ridiculing Tall Knight, whether that's calling out the things that he's done or just like showing some old TikTok that he made of him having a breakdown.
But now my life is ruined because now that I'm banned, the amount of money that I made from views, that was gonna pay my rent. Now that I'm banned,
but there are also some other TikTokers like your favorite guy and Professor Pippi that are definitely being the most vocal about the things that he's been accused of. So this all started out with the first guy I mentioned, your favorite guy, and he basically made an expose video. And then Tornite made a response to that by stitching it, which is like kind of replying on TikTok. Now, Tornite got loads and loads of hate, and he actually ended up disabling his comments and privating his Instagram, saying over and over that I've made a response video, it's on YouTube. You've just got to watch the response video on YouTube.
This man right here is
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna
the worst
die.
man on TikTok right now. And I'm going to
Kill
tell you
him.
guys
Yes, I'm turning my comments off. Yes, I'm making my Instagram private. No, I'm not going to be answering any DMs. I explain everything on my YouTube. And this sucks because I followed this guy. I love your content. I genuinely do. I have absolutely nothing against you whatsoever, and I know it's not your fault that you've been misinformed. It's not your fault. So just please, to everyone stalking my account right now, just watch my YouTube video. Please.
Now, I do want to say, if you're accused of something, the worst thing you can ever do is, like, disable comments or private any accounts, because I hate to admit it, no matter what the situation is, to the internet in general, it makes you look guilty. It is the equivalent of bringing a dog on the apology video and starting to stroke it or something. It isn't good. It looks like you're trying to run away, and I get it. Like, having the top comment over and over be people, you know, accusing you or roasting you, it sucks. It really does, but you should never, ever turn off comments or disable them or anything like that, because it genuinely just implicits guilt. It is the worst thing you can ever do. Now, a lot of these accusations actually go back to previous videos that I talked about in the past. Like, for example, my original video, which kicked off all of this, is when he was actually kicked out of his house by his landlord, and he made a TikTok basically down on his luck saying, you know, I never ask for help. I do these kind of videos helping young men with mental health, but I'm screwed. I'm completely homeless. I have no money. I don't know what to do. And this apparently led him to get over $200,000 in donations from his followers. I even remember covering this at the time, saying that he got so many donations that he basically had to make a TikTok saying, like, guys, stop donating. Like, I don't need any more money, which, if anything, seems really generous. But then a screenshot has came to light of Tornite actually saying that he wasn't homeless and that he was straight bawling, and then he's asking the girl to delete the message.
Here's a screenshot of him texting a girl on Instagram saying he could buy her a bunch of expensive things with the money he scammed his fans from, saying that he was never actually homeless, as you could see here.
Now, Tornite did actually upload a response video which kind of goes over everything he's been accused of. I've got a plugin that shows the dislikes. There are more dislikes than likes, and he's turned the comments off, which, again, please never do that. It is genuinely the worst thing you can do whenever having to do any kind of response to something. So what he goes on to say to refute everything is the screenshots aren't real. They're faked.
I'm now going to go into detail as to why those screenshots are fake, and it's actually kind of obvious.
So apparently during his, like, homelessness saga, we're gonna call it now, Tornite, with the cash that he got from fans, was hopping between different hotels. And at that time, he was talking to a girl. And then apparently Kate, his girlfriend, actually said, you know, stop talking to this girl. To which he did, and then apparently in return, that's why his DMs were, like, leaked or exposed. And then Tornite goes on to show, like, his proof afterwards.
So here is the main screenshot that ended up getting shared.
Baby, I'm straight ballin'. I buy you whatever you wanted, diamonds and pearls.
Wait, weren't you homeless? I'm not cut up on Tolmay lore.
And no, by the way, we up.
Wait, hold on. You never were?
Nuh-uh. To be honest, wait, delete it.
And then this is the conversation she said that was from before it got deleted. She said that I said it and then deleted it seconds later, and that she screenshotted it right when I said it. And here is where I begin to prove why those screenshots aren't real. Say the conversation took place March 20th, 7 p.m., right? I can't remember when exactly, but just take that as an example. So if she had screenshotted what I said right before I deleted it, the screenshot would have had to have existed and had to have been taken at March 20th, 7 p.m. So after all of this, I asked them to show the date of the screenshots because she didn't post any of this until several days later. And I was like, that didn't happen. I never said that. But if you can show me a screenshot that says it was taken at 7 p.m., March 20th, whatever the original date was, then I will take the blame for this. She refused to show the dates of the screenshots.
With the girl herself not showing proof, like for example not showing any kind of time or date or any kind of time frame when the screenshots were sent. So obviously like he's saying that these screenshots are fake, but then like he doesn't offer any kind of way to really disprove that. So it's an awkward situation of like, you know, if you've got an axe to grind with Tornite, you're going to believe it, and if you're like a righteous defender that's going to like, you know, put your head on the guillotine for him, you're probably going to believe it's fake. Now one lie that Tornite has apparently got caught in is he basically said when he was talking to this girl that the DMs lasted over like the course of a day and then he cut it off. But apparently what actually happened is these DMs went over the course of multiple days, and it was actually the girl that ended up blocking him, not him blocking her, which is what he originally said. Also, this is a little side note. I have no idea why Tornite is making a response video to like possibly career-ending accusations, and he's still wearing his like Tornite helmet for some reason. I don't know whether he's like trying to stay in character or something. Again, it's not very professional, but I've talked about that earlier, like him disabling comments and privating accounts. It really isn't a good look. He should have just gone like full mask off to at least let people understand how serious the situation is. I think this is why a lot of people, including Critical, have kind of like acknowledged this situation but not really made a video on it, because the waters here are incredibly murky. Like, keep in mind, me showing Tornite responding does not mean in any way that I'm siding with him, or it's like, oh look guys, he totally debased these accusations. I just think it's fair that you're allowed to hear what he's been accused of and how he's going to refute that and then kind of make the opinion yourself. So another thing Tornite has been accused of, which I actually went over in a previous video but it seems to have resurfaced, is that he has been transphobic. So for anyone that isn't a Tornite scholar and they haven't kept up to date on the trilogy of films that I've made on the channel, he got accused of transphobia. He made a video that was like purposely misgendering a trans person just because he basically didn't like their music. And then he also made these bizarre TikToks where he was like bragging about how he's getting followers from being a transphobe. And Tornite does actually acknowledge this in his response video in possibly the worst way imaginable.
He's a transphobe. And this, I will humbly admit, there is some truth to. Okay. I don't mean it in that way. I don't mean I am a transphobe. I mean, this accusation was not foundationless. Was not out of thin air like the others were. This one started when a while back a transgender music artist, whose name I can't remember, they posted a video on TikTok promoting their music, and like that's all it was. It was someone posting a video about their music and how it was all cool and stuff because she was trans. And then when I saw it, I was like scrolling through the comments and I was like, huh, I'm really surprised no one's like saying anything in the comments. Just everyone was like being super supportive. And this, I admit to, it was more or less a hate comment. I disrespectfully commented, I wish we could see all of the comments he's deleting. That's it. That's literally all I said. That is literally it. I used their wrong pronouns. That is literally all that happened. I used their wrong pronouns. And yes, it was more or less on purpose because I didn't like the music. And again, I'm not trying to trash the artist, but in my opinion, the music was like dog shit. So then I insulted them. And for that, I am sorry. I am. That goes against everything I stand for as a positive vibes influencer. And I shouldn't have done that. That was wrong of me. That was hateful, and it was completely unprovoked. I shouldn't have done that. I genuinely should not have. And for that, I am eternally sorry. Just because I have a different music taste, that doesn't justify me disrespecting you. And I'm sorry. But like, oh my God, the backlash I got for that was comical. It was like, I got thousands of people duetting me.
I like how he's got all these accusations floating around him, but to that one, he's like, okay, so true. You got me there, bestie. Like, he starts laughing as well, and it's just really poor taste. It's not a good look. So he basically says that he intentionally used the wrong pronouns on someone just because, you know, he didn't like their music. But then he does apologize for it. But I do actually remember at the time, he did acknowledge the transphobia, like, earlier on, like in previous videos that I covered. But he did actually go on to say, you know, something bizarre like, God has made you perfect, and why would you want to jeopardize that by changing the way you were born? And if you couldn't tell from Tornite being a literal like crusader and stuff, he's very like heavily religiously influenced. So even back then he was completely aware of what he did, but he was like kind of coping to get around it. And for the next accusation, Jesus Christ, there is a laundry list. God damn. And finally, the final bit of drama that Tornite is involved in. Now this one spans for quite a while. So originally he got banned on TikTok, and apparently he got banned because, you know, what Tornite does is, apart from these kind of male motivational videos, he'll dance around pretty provocatively while wearing the night helmet. And obviously when you do stuff like that, that on a public social media app, you are going to have many people thirsting for you of various ages. And then one person actually commented on his TikTok saying, I want to see it grow, parentheses, I got hacked. To which he then made a response video called I'm waiting with like hashtag bark like you want it.
Yeah, I got banned because of this. And this video is directed to everyone that doesn't like the Tall Knight, that doesn't like me. If you think I'm a pedophile, and if you've seen all these videos calling me all these names, saying all these things about me,
I'm so surprised.
the least you can do is hear my side. Please.
Okay.
All I ask is that you look at my YouTube channel.
Oh, God damn it, ads.
Addressing everything. I completely address the scamming accusations about the $30,000. I address the transphobia accusations, and I address the groomer accusations. Please just hear me out. That's all I ask. You've already robbed me of my platform. You've already taken away the money I needed to pay rent. The least you can do is hear my side. Please. My link is in my bio. Yeah, I got banned because of this.
Nope, you were banned because you were marketing your adult content to your child fan base on TikTok. Like this video where you dance provocatively to a spicy song after one of your fans said they want to see it grow. And when you take 2 seconds to look at the girl who commented that, she is very clearly 15 years old. And when people who were concerned about this confronted you, you wouldn't even take down the video.
And then there was another example of him just like openly marketing that he does NSFW content like OnlyFans and stuff.
Like this video where you announced you are now making adult content, and this fan of yours is really excited, and look, you commented back to her. And again, 2 seconds to click the profile. She is 13 years old.
Someone replies with like shock. He replies with a blind man walking stick emoji for some reason. And then if you go on the profile, she's 13 years old. Now, I'll be honest, situations like this are incredibly common on TikTok. I've seen
I'm a clumsy old blind man.
And people that, you know, just dress
Excuse
up as
me if I grab your tits by accident.
Like, for example, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, you'll have people dress up as ghosts and stuff. And then you'll literally have these cosplayers have to put in their bio, like, minors don't be weird. Because unfortunately, when you do this kind of stuff, you do attract all ages. You could have people that are 30, 20, and then obviously younger than that. It really is a fucking minefield. But obviously, Tall Knight going from advocate for male mental health to now doing like sexually explicit content pretty openly, and then replying to people without like checking age and stuff. It isn't the best look.
Tall Knight directed all these people to his link tree, and you see that link at the top that says My Workout Routine? And that goes to his Patreon, where for $5 a month, you can get his workout routine, or for just $2.50 more, you can look at his lewd photos and videos without needing to verify your age at all. That's why you got banned.
And then on top of that as well, he has a Patreon where he advertises it for being his workout routine, which is what loads of people do, right? You want to get the same physique he does? Sure, I'll pay the money to get any kind of like workout to follow. But then also you gain access to literal nude photos of him that weren't mentioned anywhere in the link tree. Now, Tall Knight has responded to these accusations. I'm going to be honest, he has done it in the most bizarre way imaginable. I almost laughed when I first saw it. He's got this diagram, right, that it almost looks like a timeline of the Marvel Avengers films and when they take place. It is such a bizarre way to address an allegation like this.
So the next thing I want to address is the Tall Knight sent minors a Patreon which did not have age restriction. So here is that video now, articulately showing and proving that that is not the case. This is the month of August. We are there. This is when everything went down. When I started my Patreon, which had higher pay, but I did not know had no age verification, that was around just before the beginning of the month. There's proof. It ran for almost exactly a week.
Where's the breach going?
Before it got reported and then taken down. And then there's proof of that. And my OnlyFans, which is age restricted but pays less, I started on the 9th. There's proof of that. Now this whole drama started when I made a video advertising my content in general, just NSFW content, to a minor accidentally. And the day that video was posted was the 10th. Here's proof of that. So days before, the Patreon had nothing accessible on it. The posts were there, but they couldn't be accessed. So at no point in time did I make a video sending a minor to a website that didn't require age restriction. When I made that video, the only thing available was my OnlyFans. That was the only thing that existed from that point on. Do you understand now?
Again, I have to admit, I do not think Tornite is built for dealing with
shit, it's
drama
here.
because
Fuck.
every time he's been involved in drama, he tends to kind of just like have very poor rushed reactions. I mean, he has wrote on the timeline the time that he interacted with the miner as a skull emoji. That just goes to show that there is like, the worst thing is he's taking it seriously, but it's like how his brain is processing like, okay, the audience are going to like that. They're going to like the skull emoji. That is going to communicate to the audience that I'm taking this very seriously. But yeah, it really does seem overall that Tornite has just been very sloppy with this. Like, for example, the Patreon just not being age gated at all. Like, you could have gone onto that Patreon and there was no requirement to enter age, even though Patreon does have that as a feature. Like, for example, artists that'll draw, you know, NSFW stuff, you'll have to say that you're over 18 to even get access to pay pledges. But on Tornite's Patreon, there was no age verification.
I have to kill all the enemies. I was rushing past them. Fuck.
Been any age whatsoever and
I didn't realize the
So another
targets.
accusation that gets thrown at Tornite, which I'm seeing all over TikTok, is the fact that he was talking to a 16-year-old. He basically goes on to say in his response video that he assumed the girl was of age just because she had like tattoos and piercings, which, yeah, that's probably not the most intelligent thing to do.
Me and her were apart for about a month-ish, and during that space of time, while I was still single, I was scrolling on TikTok and saw a thirst trap of this girl doing something. It was some kind of trend, I can't remember what, so I went to her Instagram. But I feel the need to heavily emphasize, this girl has tattoos and piercings. I genuinely thought that she was an adult, even though she turned out to be 16, which I don't know how I missed that. They didn't add that in their bio until after, but I can't prove that, so I'm not gonna argue that.
He also goes on to claim that the entire conversation was like PG, whatever that means, but then actually doesn't go on to show like any kind of proof of that. I'll be honest as well, I find it really hard to like sympathize with him, because while he's going on about this and how stupid he is and how irresponsible he is, he's throwing up like meme images and stuff on the screen and like sound effects. It really just kind of detracts from how serious this video is meant to be.
I've avoided making a video like this for a long time because you got to see it from my perspective. Like, if someone started a rumor about you that you fucked your sister, you don't necessarily you aren't exactly the fastest to correct them and like immediately jump at the opportunity to defend yourself, because that actually looks bad.
He even at one point shows like a list of the character traits that he believes he has.
Here is what I am. This is who I am. This is not who I am. And these are things I have proven.
And then the character traits which the internet has accused him of, which he doesn't. Like, for example, he's got pervert, groomer. But then on the other side, it's like lazy, awkward. It's like, I don't think they carry any kind of similar weight whatsoever. It's like, that's not what you're being accused of. The internet and TikTok in general is not accusing you of being lazy and awkward. He then goes on to show like DM screenshots of all the support he's been getting from fans in private, which again is not a good look. I know, like, you know, for his situation, if he's getting people supporting him behind the scenes, like privately, that's great. I'm sure that really motivates him, but you don't then put it into the actual video to kind of use that people still care and people still watch. Like, take that little bit of joy you're getting and you should keep it very, very private, because again, it just kind of dilutes the actual response video itself. Now, towards the end of the video, Tornite seems to like open up and basically say that his mum was a predator being the nice word, and argued that because he was groomed, he couldn't actually be a groomer. Now, again, like him opening up about stuff like that to bring up as a counterpoint, I mean, he's allowed to do that, but at the same time, you've kind of laced this response video with like reaction images and memes and sound effects and stuff, and then to kind of have like such a, you know, sincere moment near the end, it really is taken away by having like, you know, funny side-eye dog appear halfway through the video. You need one specific tone for the entire video and you need to stick with it. And then to bizarrely like kind of conclude everything, he posted one final update which was uploaded a day ago, and he basically goes on to say that Charlie Critical has caught wind of the drama because while he was streaming he was actually asked about it, and then he goes on to say like if Charlie responds and he actually kind of like bodies Tornite, then he's actually gonna hang up everything and kind of just quit being Tornite forever. Now, I have no idea why Tornite would say something like that. I think that is one of the most stupidest things you could ever say. Your conviction shouldn't be based on what an e-celeb says about you. It should be about what your response video actually gave to the audience. He's almost talking about it like him coming out of this on top is basically like playing on a roulette wheel or something.
But is Charlie the fucking internet judge?
And how much you were able to counter the accusations against you. Not just like, oh, if a big YouTuber talks about it, I hope they're nice or I'm gonna quit the internet forever, Lamau. It just comes across as very unprofessional. But yeah, this is probably gonna be one of the longer Pyro Slot videos because there was just so much to uncover here. This was just layers and layers, you know, Shrek onion reference. I probably missed out a lot of details as well, but like I said, the TikTokers I mentioned earlier, you can go check their stuff out to kind of get more informed. But yeah, crazy situation. I guess we'll have to see what Moist Critical says, apparently.
He shouldn't. That Tall Night guy's a fucking weirdo. He's guilty. I'll be the judge. He's guilty. He was trying to fuck young girls. I said it. I meant it. It's done. It is what it is. The downfall of Tucker
These people
Carlson.
should actually be in jail. I think that this is like 100, like memes aside, I think this is like grounds to go to jail. So, the day has come. Many people had many things to say about this earlier when the story dropped. We used to pray for days like this. Rest in piss. New op pack in the air. Whole new L just dropped. Massive W for normal human beings. And huge L for cretins. Yes, it's right. The title is right. Tucker is gone. He is gone. It's true. It's real.
He's gone,
the
folks.
#1 most watched talking head.
Passed away
on
into
TV,
the next life.
in America, which blows your mind. But yes, he was far and away the most popular. Still, he had a chokehold on the geriatrics. All right. Like you don't understand, all right? Tucker had like an absolute. Tucker had the retirement home in a chokehold. They were not. They didn't want anything to do with him. They didn't want to. They want to leave. They couldn't. They couldn't do it. They were like struggling. They could. He's got him in. I was gonna say a full Nelson, but that's not the correct terminology. So I'm gonna back that up and just say, yep, they were in the chokehold. Anyways, Tucker. Earlier today was announced by the Fox News higher-ups that Tucker Carlson has been let go of his primetime television show spot. His last day on the job was April 21st, and he ended off the segment by saying, "That's it for us this week. See you guys Monday." Monday comes around, and Fox says, "No, you'll be seeing the door." So let's read like a little bit. Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have decided to part ways. This means that he was fired. When you say things like, when you make statements like that, we have come to a mutual understanding that that we will be parting ways with each other. That means we told him he's fired, and he said okay. The network announced in a statement on Monday the seismic shapeup in the cable news world, given Carlson's status, is the network's most watched anchor. His final broadcast of Tucker Carlson Tonight aired last Friday. The show Fox News Tonight is set to air an interim show led by a rotating host of clowns. They got the whole rogues gallery out here to try and fill up the spot to do something, because like he'll leave a massive power vacuum.
Fuck.
He's huge. He's genuinely massive.
Land on the ledge.
He basically carries Fox News all by himself, and that's what makes him bigger, and that's what makes the show bigger than MSNBC and obviously CNN. But CNN has fallen from I can't say fallen from grace, because I don't think they've been at grace, but they've fallen from what you could consider grace.
Holy shit! Fuck, man.
They're even worse than they used to be. Well, other shows not necessarily, right? Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to go our separate ways. We thank him for his service to the network, and as a host, and prior to that, as a contributor. We can take a look at this segment. Sorry, we'll take a look at this statement really quick. Because this is not just like the type of statement that you, because it's a very short, brief, to the point statement. This is not something that you make when it's just like something like something else happens in the background, right? So something else happens that's not like an issue for the company or the person. He was their pay pig, okay? He was their cash cow. Tucker's what made the money flow. Tucker is what put the
God fucking damn it.
Tucker is what did it. Tucker's the way he spoke, what he talked about, his inflammatory nature, all of those things led to him being all of those led him being the #1 most viewed talking heads on cable news, and for the most part online, almost period. And he did all of it without being an actual journalist. He was literally just a guy. there's no difference between your average like weirdo conservative right-to-a talking head and Tucker Carlson. The only difference is that he was given more legitimacy because instead of uploading his stuff to Cumnet or whatever, like next a neo-Nazi peddling weirdo backwater site that conservatives are going to start to dump their trash content into after they get banned for making like another death threat and calling it cancel culture. That's the only difference really between them, is that he was given like a nice fancy set and a nice fancy suit and nice fancy graphics, but at the end of the day there's no difference between like the mind scrawls of a madman that you would imagine from those like weirdly shot and edited like conservative videos and him. And that's why they connected with him so much, because he's just like me for real, outside of being born with a platinum spoon in his mouth to a frozen food empire with more money and more clout without having to work basically a day in his life, and talking about how working class people have it so bad as he soaks up the money from diverting their interest from actual meaningful material change and to culture war bullshit like how thick is the woman on the maple syrup bottle. Very true. But I am glad he is gone, because a lot of stuff spawned from him. Really, him and his very strange, peculiar writers. But we'll talk about that in a moment. But yeah, basically they're like Tucker Carlson's work here. They told him the day he was supposed to go to work that he's fired, and they said it was effective immediately. No like goodbye, no see you later, no like phasing him out or anything. Just like, you're gone, pack up your stuff and leave, right? And now you may be wondering, you may be asking yourself, what possibly could have finally been the skyscraper that broke the camel's back of problems with Tucker Carlson that finally made Murdoch, because this reports are showing that this is something that came straight from Murdoch. And if you don't know, like, Rupert Murdoch is the like CEO of Fox News. He's the guy. He's the big guy who basically does. He's the giant rat in that rat hole called like Fox News. So he's the giant rat that makes all of the rules. And they said this is something that came straight down from like Murdoch.
Oh,
so, like,
got him with the pulse.
Told him to fuck off. Which is quite wild that they had like the God King Emperor of like geriatric conspiracy theories crawl down from his throne to tell him to pack up and leave.
God damn.
So you know this was a massive issue. So you may be wondering to yourself, what possibly could it have been that made them want to cut ties with Tucker? Well, one of those things very much possibly could be the massive defamation case against Fox News by Dominion Voting Systems when they filed a massive lawsuit, a $1.6 billion lawsuit against the Fox News Corporation. Sorry, against Fox News Media and Fox News for what they said about their machines that like that lied to their consumers, and the lies that they told, the lies that they knew that they told about the voting machines and the election rigging and all that type of stuff, and the lies that they gave credit to and allowed to just kind of go on their platform was something that caused like meaningful problems with their business. And you can't disagree with that. We've watched like time and time again. We saw like place after place after place of Republicans saying that we need to do something about about losing elections. We need to change the election machines so it's easier for us to win, right? And then put the veil that the reason was for like election security, even though every election is pretty secure unless like a Republican's around.
New bounty. Let's get it.
But with that being said, this lawsuit was
I'm
massive.
skipping your cutscene.
$1.6
fucking you
billion
up.
Is huge.
Let's go, bitch.
Right? And Fox didn't want to have to go through all of that. And you may be wondering, where's that lawsuit at the moment? They actually settled. It was so bad that Fox wanted to really settle and give them basically like almost everything that they want, while still being able to get away with like not saying that they lied, even though, whether or not they think they lied. We'll listen to that in a moment. and they really didn't want to go to court because it was going to be pretty bad, and you'll find out why in just a moment. So they settled, and the settlement was for almost $1 billion. So they had to pay like almost half of the money, which is wild, and something that they don't want to have to go through again. But unfortunately, they will, because that was actually the little lawsuit against them. Smartmatic has another lawsuit against them at the moment for the lies that a lot of these talking heads, Tucker included, said on his program and promoted on his program, that took away, you know, money and resources and time from them, that made it so that they couldn't run their business, and on top of it, it hurt our country. But it's not like they really care about that, because they made their money and now they're gone. So
that gun that I got,
things are not looking too good, and so we can like look into why things got so bad and what they were saying on the outside, because we remember on the inside talking like what they said about, because we remember on the inside like what they were talking about, like how these elections are rigged.
Is this
and, having all these people come on to say that like our elections are completely unsafe and they're stolen, and then having Trump come on and then just kind of having him sit there and tell their audience that like the country's over because Nancy Pelosi can drop her dumpy on the pro-Democrat printing machine, vote ballot machine, make her a like Republican no more-inator, and then win any election that they want. I don't know why that means. I don't know why they never win every election then, but they'd probably say because they try and make it look more believable, and sometimes they miscalculate, and the heart of the patriotic people is just stronger than any evil could ever be. They win elections. Republicans win elections these days not because of the strength of their ideas,
prevent
but through the
corporate
power
salvage of new
of
tech
friendship or something along those lines. But yeah, they settled for $787.5 million, which is very funny. But I want to take a little look here. This is an article that was written in the New York Times inside the panic at Fox News after the 2020 election. Now, I knew something was wrong. Do we have any people here who was there?
I'm gonna get my other. I'm gonna finish the story today a second time.
Of a channel.
I can do it.
Kind of funny to think about now, but we really were. So I know we won't have too many people who were there that night. But I think like the 2020 election is when I got like a lot of goodwill within the community for the way that I handle it and the way that I like to talk about the issues and how I was covering everything. And I was like super surprised that Arizona. I wasn't super surprised that Arizona went to Biden, but I was super surprised that Fox News was the one to call it, and the first one to call it too. I was genuinely kind of shocked, because I wasn't paying attention to Fox News at all, really, until we got like an update on the Needle, and the Needle just kind of popped up and said Fox News calls Arizona for Joe Biden, and early in the night too. And so it's so like the truth is so damaging to Fox News that even they shocked themselves when they said it. They shocked themselves so much that they had to have internal meetings on it. And through this lawsuit and through the discovery process, because this was like it was 1 day away from going to trial when they found a settlement, we were able to find out a lot of stuff that was going on behind the scenes and with the higher ups, with Fox and the talking heads. A little more than a week after television networks called the 2020 election for Joseph R. Biden Jr., top executives and anchors at Fox News held an after-action meeting to figure out how they messed up. Not because they had gotten a key call wrong, but because they got it right. And they had gotten it right before anyone else. Typically, it's a point of pride for news networks to be the first to project an election winner. But Fox is no typical news network. And in the days following the 2020 vote, it was besieged with angry protests, not only because President Donald J. Trump's camp, not only from President Donald J. Trump's camp, but from its own viewers, because it had called a battleground state, that is Arizona, for Biden. Never mind the fact that the call was correct. Fox executives worried that they would lose viewers to hard right competitors like Newsmax. Yeah, so this is I'm not gonna lie to you, this is hilarious. This is like a skit that I would like make up about Fox News, you know? Like they have like an all hands on deck sort of like Zoom meeting. All of them like sitting around like crisscross applesauce is like Murdoch's in the rocking chair, like looking over what happened that night. Like Brett Baer and everybody was on, and they're like, oh, but they were shocked by their own machine that they put money into. It's crazy what happens when we talk about this sometimes, but some people ask me like, how are people like Fox News able to get away with lies so long and for and so much? Well, it depends on like who you are and how exposed are you to like danger, right? At the end of the day, Fox News is like a big corporation, and like they peddle themselves as news, even though in lawsuits before, when it comes to defamation, lawyers and like even Fox News executives have told the plaintiffs have argued in court to a judge, literally to a judge's face, that no rational
Oh god, this
being will
mission.
believe
Fuck.
what Fox News says, especially people like Tucker Carlson as fact. And so it's not reasonable to hold them accountable for things that they say online, because what they say online is so outrageous, so stupid, and so unbelievable that a person of sound mind and reason and judgment could not be expected to believe what Tucker Carlson says, because he's an opinion
shit, one little rocket
who's
came for
literally
me.
just rattling into the void, and not somebody who is meant to be trusted. And they say that they don't tell him, they don't like make him, they don't like boost him up as like a guy to be trusted. He's literally just a guy who's rambling. It's unironically, that's what they said, and that's genuinely insane. I agree, but also they work in a lot of propaganda in there to do so they can make reasonable people. They get away with it because they get away. I don't think they get away with it as much as we like to imagine that they do. There's a lot of trouble that comes from trying to do this, and now you're seeing it happen here in real time. You see
The fuck happened to him?
The effect of lies falling apart in real time. You can't keep it up forever. It's just not possible. You can't make it happen. You can't make it work forever. It can't be possible. There will be a time where reality will come into contact with fiction, and that friction produced by those two things shearing across each other is going to cause issues for you, and it can be many different things. For Donald Trump, the lies that he definitely won the election and always has perfect calls came into contact with the truth. That is, he asked, Roethlisberger, the Secretary of State in Georgia, to find extra votes for him so he could just magically win the election, and he enticed his audience through lies over the course of 5 years that they should believe lies, and everybody who disagrees with him is fake news.
Done.
And he tells the truth, and the country is gone, so we need to take it back in 1776. Let's go. It comes home to roost sometimes. It one day it will come, and sometimes it'll be a big problem, and sometimes it'll be a little problem. But for Fox News, the lies that they told is a huge problem. But I knew for a fact they thought they could kick the can down the road because they got out of defamation cases in the past, and they thought they could get away with it in the future. But this time, the lies were just so egregious that it's just not possible for them to escape it. And even them that still has a decent amount of exposure to the consequences of their actions will suffer. It's just they're kind of like a plant, where one part can just kind of die off, but the other parts can keep growing, and sometimes they can be replaced. It never grows back just the same way it did, but it'll grow back nonetheless. And now they're just like a mangled, blobby mass of cringe and sinew, writhing towards whatever will make them the most amount of money as a corporation. It's sad, but it is what it is, and that's how they do it. They can't get away from it forever, but they can push it back a lot, depending on how much money you have. And Fox has a lot. During the Zoom call that they had, listen, it's one of the sad realities. This is in quotes, okay? Listen, it's one of the sad realities. If we hadn't called Arizona those 3 or 4 days following the election day, our ratings would have been bigger, Mr. Scott.
Which one
said,
exactly
one of the,
again?
executives. The
prevent
mystery
corporate salvage
would
of
have been
new
still
tech.
hanging out there. No, and they talk about the left doing election interference.
Eliminate enforcement
or like
squads.
trying to interfere with like the process of how
Alright.
people think about what's going on. Just lie to people. Guys, have you ever thought about how much money we can make off of lying to people live on air about who actually won the election? Come on, guys, come on. Brett Baer and Martha McCallum, the two main anchors, suggested it was not enough to call the state based on numerical calculations, the standard by which networks have been making such determinations for generations, but that viewer reaction should be considered. In a Trump environment, says Ms. McCallum, the game is just very, very different. What they mean is that in the Trump environment where they fueled lies and people to believe lies, the calculation to lie becomes way more beneficial than it is to tell the truth. And so, why tell the truth if at the end of the day, your job is to make more money and you can lie and make more money? I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? At the end of the day, these people are corporations. That's the only thing that their job is to do, to increase revenue for their shareholders.
All right.
That's the only
Got
point.
3 of them fucking
And so
triple
if,
teaming
like,
me here.
being as unscrupulous as possible without getting your ass suit off.
Oh no,
you
just 2 still.
Why
I
would you
think.
do anything else? It makes sense. The conversation was captured the sense of crisis enveloping Fox after the election and underscored its unique role in the conservative political ecosystem. The network's conduct in this period came under scrutiny after a $1.6 billion lawsuit came flying at them in Connecticut by the
Holy shit!
Court filings in the recent days revealed that Fox executives and hosts considered fraud claims by Trump camp to be really crazy stuff, as Rupert Murdoch, the head of the Fox media empire, put it, yet pushed them on the air anyways. The recording from November 16th from the
What the fuck is that blade?
Further context the atmosphere inside the network at the time, when executives were on the defensive because of their Arizona call, and feared alienating Trump voters by telling them the truth. I just think it's remarkable, you know. Fox News, maybe Fox News executives amused. They should abandon the sophisticated new election projection system, which Fox had invested millions of dollars into, to revert to a slower, less accurate model, simply so they can have the element of suspense to keep the geriatrics up at night, looking for when the next big massive dump will hit, so they can figure out if the election was stolen, which means they lost, or if real patriots finally won, which means they won. These people should actually be in jail. I think that this is like 100, like memes aside, I think this is like grounds to go to jail. I think you should be in prison. Like if this comes out by like our media, that they're trying to do things like this, like manipulating how they report news to make more money, like they're a fucking YouTuber. You know, hey guys, make sure you watch until the end of the video because make sure you guys watch the whole video because somewhere in this video I'm going to be putting I'm going to be flashing the number to the $1,000 gift card to Barnes and Nobles, but don't skip to the end because it may not be there. Maybe
you wouldn't want to miss this public.
Who knows? Keep watching the video and find out. But when they do it with like how the actual country is run. Like this allows people to make such insane and dangerous conspiracy theories that they can do things like trying to raid the Capitol because they believe that the election was stolen and that they need to override the government.
I'm gonna roll a blunt
because the government isn't real anymore and is owned by like pandas who are working to put.
I got my blood back. Chapter 3, choose eliminate enforcement squad so I don't forget.
VHS. Never mind, it's film. Thought we were gonna watch a grainy movie. That's kind of, well, shoot. Keep forgetting what rotate is. Not R. This is, I mean, God, the game implications. Man. This is. What do you even do? It's so cool. This is nuts. This is nuts. So you gotta like think in terms of brain-breaking methods to like bring these pillars down. So, oh frick, I did it again. Yeah, you gotta bring the pillars into place so that you could have them close enough to be able to actually get where you need to go. Like, let's say, for example, I just wanted to, like, create this kind of bridge because I want to get up there later. And then what I do is, basically, I can utilize the same stack, but a better exposure of it. You gotta, like, I'm on a more longitudinal one. That. That. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. That's nuts! Oh, not quite though, not quite. Oh, that's nuts! That's nuts. Oh, oops, that might be too offset. Oh, maybe. Come on. Oh, yeah. Yes. No! That also wasn't over. I apologize for nothing. There's one thing I do, it's overreact. I have a license for it. Can I please walk up this? It really wants to slide me off. Oh wait, I didn't do this right. Oh wait, yes I did. Because I just need to take a picture of it. I don't actually need to be near it. Ooh-wee. Alright, and then... God damn it! Well, this cleans it up a little bit, so I don't have to worry about it being wham! Look at that door. Wow. Nice door. This is crazy. This is crazy. Right? This is crazy. You all can see it, right? You all can tell what the deal is here. Why this... Oh my God. I knew it was gonna break my brain. I just didn't. Again. Oh, actually, that's how you get extra film, I guess. Man. So. This is so cool. Oh, I needed to do for that. Easy. Wham.
Negawatt. I got red dick and I got red done.
I put a lot of work into this beat, you know what I'm saying? Pattern one, you know.
Take down other people who they don't like. It's just at the end of the day, I really think that they're the people who they say that they hate, because they come on and they'll say all of these things 24/7 about things that we've done wrong. But honestly, like this.
Alright, how are we doing today?
I'm really sleep deprived actually. I sleep like shit, so we have that in common.
Nice, okay. I'm glad we're both equally
Why is it so
inhibited
low?
for this conversation.
Oh,
That's nice.
Brain, dude. Let's have some bad brain hours.
Okay.
Broken sleeps.
Ready to get into it?
Great, dude. Let's have some bad brain hours.
Okay.
Broken sleeps.
Ready to get into it?
Well, yeah. Do you want me to like do an intro? Do you want to introduce? I don't know how you do.
Yeah. Say who you are, and then I want to show the godforsaken Twitter thread that we were arguing over, and then we can discuss it bit by bit.
I mean, all right, sure. I mean, I kind of was hoping we were just gonna bring up the topics from the Twitter thread. I don't really want to go through like each individual tweet and like go through everyone's words, because I think like we're both like hyperbolic and spicy weirdos on the internet. So
my main criticism is that you're stupid on Twitter and I'm not. So I think it'd be very pressing for us to actually go through the stupid shit that you said, rather than letting you run it back and present some backpedaled version of it.
Why would I do that? I'm coming here with good faith, so I mean I don't know why you
we'll let the
feel
chat
need to.
decide. Look, backpedaling
I don't
back,
really.
okay?
I'm not backpedaling though. Like you're accusing me of something and we haven't even started. All right, everyone. Hello. My name is Matt. I am a B-tier communist shit poster on the internet.
What the fuck was
like
that?
Do an intro? Do you want to introduce? I don't know how you do streams.
Say who you are, and then I want to show the godforsaken Twitter thread that we were arguing over, and then we can discuss it bit by bit.
I mean, all right, sure. I mean, I kind of was hoping we were just gonna bring up the topics from the Twitter thread. I don't really want to go through like each individual tweet and like go through everyone's words, because I think like we're both like hyperbolic and spicy weirdos on the internet. So I
No,
don't.
my main criticism is that you're stupid on Twitter and I'm not. So I think it'd be very prescient of us to actually go through the stupid shit that you said rather than letting you to run it back and present some backpedaled version of what you said.
Why would I do that? I'm coming here with good faith, so I mean I don't know why you.
We'll let the backpedaling
I don't
back,
really.
okay?
I'm not backpedaling though. Like you're accusing me of something and we haven't even started. All right, everyone. Hello. My name is Mel.
All right, all right.
B-tier communist shit poster
Jesus,
on the
Vosh
internet.
starting out hot here.
I am D2G's favorite commie. I kind of hang out in the broader leftist sphere. I talk about communism. I talk about politics. I would love to talk more about queer stuff, but because I am a trans femme. Pronouns are she, they, so if you like neopronouns are the fucking best. Everyone should use them. They're 10 out of 10. And yeah, that's basically it. My name's Mel. Just hang out. I shitpost. I'm a fun old girl, and I'm here to talk to the wonderful.
Just a little
Wash,
silly
who I
Billy
have
on the internet.
been seeing do things on the internet for the last couple years now. So yeah, that's me. You can follow me at the hell app of at Chaos and Smell, Twitter.com. And yeah, thanks.
Plug.
Nice. Okay, with introductions out of the way, let's get right to it. So before we even talk, I'm gonna play the video clip that spawned all this, just 23 seconds really quick so everybody has full context.
Oh, hell yeah, let's go.
I'll let you know when it's done. I'm blocking my own webcam here. You know what, let's not be zoomed in so you can't see how bad I am at Bloodborne. Okay, let's go. Look, I get overconsumption's a problem, but whether you like it or not, I mean, I want my fucking iPhones. I'm not on board for socialism if it means cutting standard of living to like a third of what it currently is. Oh boy. What's an acceptable amount to cut the living standard down? We shouldn't have to. What is the point of socialism if people's standard of living gets cut down? Look, okay, so that was the clip, and you're familiar, so you probably know what I just showed. And then you say, I cannot take white men who yell about socialism means everyone still gets to keep the same standard of living or it isn't socialism, seriously. What about black people or people in the global south who the West profits from? The standard of living is a capitalist concept. Do you want to elaborate on that in any way?
I mean, I just want you to ask me, like, how you feel about, like, degrowth and how you feel about what I said. Like, I mean, I'm not going to defend anything that I said on Twitter because it's Twitter. So, like, I'm coming here for you to ask me.
So first of all, the white men thing is pretty weird. I understand broader, like, generalized criticisms, but I don't know what that has to do with my argument here.
Well, I mean, I'm a person of color, so if I say the word white, I think I'm allowed to, right? Like, who cares? Like, that's just silly.
I didn't say you're not allowed to, but it's pretty weird.
Why do you think it's weird?
I think it's a little weird
Why does it
for me to
upset
make
you?
an argument and for people to dismiss it by implying that my whiteness has something to do with the non-validity of that argument.
Okay, so let me push back on this first 1 second, and then I would like to get back on the subject, but I do want to say this. So when we're talking about people of color, when we're talking about marginalized folks, when we're talking about anybody who is not living in the imperial core, when we're not talking about, when we look at how capitalism and imperialism has impacted the rest of the world for the last 400 years, no one, when I say that this is a white person talking, it's not saying that, like, Vosh is white, don't listen to him because he's white. It's that generally, like, whiteness carries a perspective that is, it outweighs any other kind of marginalization. It outweighs all kinds of other factors in the discussion that you're having.
So
if you're
it's
talking
not
about
you dismissing it because I'm white, but it is.
No, because your whiteness is heavier than any other marginalization that you have, and that's just a fact.
What does
If we're
that have to
talking
do with
about,
the argument that I made? Why not critique the argument? Why does it?
I mean,
have
I
to be
can totally critique the argument, but like that's just the hyperbolic statement that I'm saying. So you wanted to know why I said it. I'm giving you I'm giving you the reason why I said it and what it means.
That's
it's
not what
like
hyperbolic means. Hyperbolic doesn't mean calling a person white in a way that implies that that's in some way impugning my ability to make a coherent argument.
do we want to go
this is
over the
liberal
definition of
identity
hyperbolic? That's not identity politics. That's intersection. Like you have to be intersectional when we're talking about
the idea that my argument is less valid, or that its validity is in some way. Hold on. Or that the validity of that argument is in some way determined by my race.
It's not about being invalid.
That what you just said, that my whiteness weighs on my perspective more than any other marginalization, and you did that so because that influences my perspective. So what you're saying is my race, in some way, shape, or form, influences the validity, or at least the thought process behind my takes.
No.
Now,
I'm not saying it's because you are white that influences that is how your perspective is going to come across to like people of color. And so
I think people of color are perfectly capable of grappling with my arguments without impugning me for being white.
There's already a bias there. That's all I'm trying to point out.
There's always a bias to everyone, but this is what lets people like Candace Owens get away with dismissing arguments because they're non-white. This is the definition of liberal identity politics. You give additional credence to arguments given by marginalized groups, and you and you take validity away from groups or arguments made from groups that are privileged. This is, in addition to being a bad way of determining which arguments are valid, is also incredibly effective for
I don't know why you. Okay, can we like talk about degrowth, please? Like, I don't know why you're fixated on this race thing because I don't care. I wanted to talk to you about degrowth the entire time. Like,
don't worry, we only have about a dozen more tweets to get through, and then we can talk about the abstract ideas in their totality. I'm not going to give my. Wait, hold on. I don't want to give my audience the impression that you act in good faith. I have plenty of evidence that you don't.
So why would you even bring me on here if you're not even going to just give me the fair and balanced, like, TM, like, just, I say my arguments, you say yours, and we kind of see where we meet and you know, not meet.
So
like,
let me ask you, are you saying that your arguments on Twitter are so bad that you're unwilling to defend them in a public setting?
No, I will actually elaborate on anything you want to talk to me about, but I think it is more productive for your audience, for me, and for you to have a conversation that is not fixated on just the content of Twitter.
Well, I think that the content of the Twitter discussion frames the entirety of the discourse.
Well, not always, because like I'm obviously like I mean I don't like to take I don't take everything that you say on Twitter for face value.
You should.
I do. You get.
I don't say dumb shit on Twitter.
You get clipped. No, I don't think. It's not about whether you say dumb shit on Twitter. It's that anyone can say anything on Twitter. And so generally when anyone says a take or an idea, I try to not take everything with a grain of salt. I don't like literally see something on Twitter and go, that's exactly what that person believes in. I usually
then
like
why
if
don't
it's
we go
something
through these so I can
if I can
how serious
if I can look at something and I go, oh, I think this person's like kind of shit posty or being memey, I just like don't care. It's
so
like,
first of all, then why don't we go through these tweets and you can tell me what you meant, what was memey or shit posting. And second of all,
yeah, I'm fucking blowing through these guys. New Game Plus Plus.
The time. You quote tweet me or you take screenshots of me on Twitter and impugn my ideas constantly. The idea that you just play live and let live with Twitter conversations.
Just pissed.
Is factually incorrect. You play serious with them until somebody holds you to account for the stuff that you say. In which case, oh,
Just
it's
talk
Twitter.
piss.
Oh, it's just hyperbolic. Oh, no. Let's talk about the ideas. Well, I want to talk about the ideas, but why don't we start that by clarifying what it is you believe in the context
but like
of
here's
our
the
conversation.
thing. I don't. Okay, so let me back this up. How serious do you want to have this conversation with me?
I'm quite prepared to have a serious conversation about our
So
conversation.
if you want to have a serious conversation, then I would expect you to have the maturity to just
Ignore the stupid shit you say on Twitter.
Well, if you want, like, I mean, I say stupid shit on Twitter. We all say stupid shit on Twitter.
I will ignore everything on Twitter. I will drop the entire thing if you say these words. I say dumb shit on Twitter, and I do not want to defend it because it's not defensible.
Why are you boxing? Why are you boxing me into this corner? Why
You
do
get
I
one
have to?
or the other. It's defensible or it's not defensible. It's worth talking
No,
about
because
or it's not worth talking about.
that's not how basic communication works, or even
Pathetic.
implicitly implying any of the information that we looked at.
Excuses.
Go right ahead. So let's talk about this. So I said, yeah, we're going to boost their standard of living too. That's they being black people or people in the global south. We'll make the entire goddamn world richer is what we'll do, which I think is a lovely
Can I
thing.
ask? Can I ask you something?
Sure.
How would we, the United States, how would we do that?
Well, I think it's the responsibility of American leftists to try to detooth our military-industrial complex and our intelligence agencies, which would allow countries in the global south to develop with a little bit more autonomy. We can also try to do things to, say, for example, rein in our politicians domestically by focusing national attention on domestic issues. Black Lives Matter would be a good example of that. The more our agencies are dedicated to addressing social unrest domestically, the less they can do so abroad, which means we have less of an ability to fuck with countries like Bolivia or Venezuela or whatever.
Okay,
and
so
that would
how
be a
do
good
we
way to help.
So how do we tackle the military-industrial complex?
That has
and,
nothing
like,
to
the
do with
prison
the
system?
conversation about degrowth that we're going to have, and how to tackle
Well,
the
you just
military-industrial complex.
but you brought it up though. You brought it up, so I'm asking.
Do you want to talk about degrowth?
Yeah, but like you brought up you listed the things that we could do. So how does
Yes, I
how
did.
does
But
what-
you
what
realize you
does-
could ask how fractally, and we could talk about any one subject forever. Now, I could have a conversation with you about
Not
the best
what I
way
was-
to address the military-industrial complex, but that would be a different conversation. If you want to pivot,
not,
you can
though.
do it the next time we
This
talk.
isn't a pivot. This is me just trying to like understand your framework, because I want to make sure that like I understand why you would specifically use the military industrial complex as a solution to sort of push us in that
So I
direction.
see you're unwilling to
getting out of
address the
global
point that I
south.
made there, so I'm going to move on to the next tweets because you're attempting to
Where's your boy at?
circumnavigate the conversation.
No, I'm
with
not.
the
I'm
unrelated
just
Mel,
asking the.
a
I'm just trying to
conversation
ask,
on the
I'm
principles
asking for-
I'll
behind
wait for you to come back
degrowth
out.
has literally nothing to do with the tactical strategy of addressing the military-industrial complex.
I'm
These are
asking
not related.
I'm asking you politely for fucking brevity. I'm not trying to pivot. I am making sure that I understand
What do you
your
want to do with
position.
that information?
I just want to make sure that I understand your framework. Do you not know how frameworks work in conversation? I want to make sure I understand your worldview, so then when I ask my question,
that's not what a
that you can
framework
answer. You can answer it. Yes, it is. I
A
need to know what
framework
your.
is ideological. You're asking me for pragmatic ways of disassembling the military-industrial complex.
No, I need to know like that's what your frameworks are. Your frameworks are how you would enact all those policies and all those positions.
Frameworks
how
are
you view,
analytical.
how you
You're accurate
how you
about it.
view
Why
how
the
you
fuck
view
am I not
how you-
boosting?
the framing of how you view the military could be different than my view of how I view the military.
So wait,
industrial
do you
complex. I
do
wanna
you
know
or
what
do you
level we're
not
on.
want to reduce the power of the military-industrial complex in America?
I don't want to reduce the power. I want to eventually get rid of it from foreign, and domestic.
That is reducing its
bases.
power. What do you think
That's
reducing
not
its power means?
That's not just reducing power, because it still retains power. It just retains power in the United States. It doesn't like the military can still be utilized to do things in America. But when you basically
What do you want the military to do in America?
It's what?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Oh.
What do you want the military-industrial complex to do in America?
What do you mean what I want it to do in America? What question is that? What does that even mean? How is that related to what I said?
That's an excellent question. How is any of this related to what we're talking about? Do you want the military-industrial complex to be reduced in its ability to influence foreign affairs? Yes or no?
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Okay, wonderful.
Like
on this, we do not disagree.
Yeah, but it's not that we don't disagree on the concept, because anyone can agree or disagree on a basic concept. But what is your so this is okay. So the reason why I wanted to make sure, it's really easy for us to agree and disagree on things, because broadly speaking, a lot of abstract socialist and leftist topics are easy to agree and disagree. We all know this. The important part of the distinctions of what separates me and you and our political ideologies and our principles is how much we feel we want to, how much we feel about those sort of causes.
Because this does have nothing to do with degrowth, I mean literally nothing. We're talking about military action versus economic growth. How about you put a pin in it, and I can answer this question once we're done with the Twitter thread. Does that work?
I suppose I'm...
Okay, wonderful.
I don't know how... Okay.
So I said we're going to boost everyone's standard of living, and then you say, can you tell me how this works? Really interested to know. That's fine. It's a clarifying question. So I say, you
couldn't do that when I asked you before. Sorry.
Yeah, because this clarifying question was relevant to the discussion that we're having.
Oh, okay. So it's only relevant to this particular part, but it's not relevant when I ask you, like in the conversation.
It is relevant when we're talking about degrowth, Mel.
Well, everything's relevant about degrowth because the military-industrial complex impacts the global South and the economies there.
You do realize
you do realize that when the United States military sends contractors in northern Syria to guard oil wells to extract that oil out of Syria with the SDF, that is the military impacting the global South. And that oil does belong to the Syrians.
Why are you under the impression? Why are you saying this? I already said that one of the ways in which I would try to reduce the American
involved in
influence in the rest of
degrowth.
the world. Wait, hold on. You realize the only reason I brought up the military-industrial complex is because I know the thing that you just said. But we've already addressed this point.
So if you know this, then why can't you say that?
Mel, because we're talking about degrowth. Mel, I know you don't want to go over these tweets. You can leave the call if you don't want to go over them. We have to get through them to get to the broader conversation. That is the price of entry.
You can just ask me.
So anyway,
you can just be a normal human being and just ask me how I feel about these things instead of reading every single tweet.
If I was talking to a Nazi who I wait, hold on. I was talking
this is
to
not
a
how
Nazi
normal fucking
and I
human
dog
beings
was
talk.
wait.
No one
Mel?
just reads from a fucking tweet and goes, well, what did you mean by this and that and the other thing?
So,
like that's ridiculous.
I'll be happy to explain. I'll be happy to explain this to you. So I talk to Nazis very often. Fascists.
He's just she's just doing anything to get out from explaining her Twitter thread.
I know you debate Nazis. Okay, we all know that's how you got.
Hey, Mel, come on. Now I talk to people like that pretty often, and what I find they do is they act like absolute morons, or often they dog whistle on social media, but then when I talk to them in person, they lie to me. So I think that you're about as honest as a member of that group.
So I am now a neo-Nazi. You're going to call a trans woman of color a neo-Nazi.
Ooh, nice wait, hold on. Nice liberal impulse. Also, I said you're about as dishonest as one. Not that you are one. Thank you. And
but you're still comparing me to one.
Considering your propensity for denying genocides, I don't know. So
why would you compare me to one?
Considering your propensity for denying genocides, I don't know. Maybe you got some cards up your sleeve. Who knows?
No. Why would I do that?
So anyway, let's continue. You do realize not all growth is driven by
relevant?
I'll just mute you and then I'll continue. There we go. So yeah, I will mute you because you're clearly unwilling to talk about this because you know the shit you say is incredibly fucking stupid and you don't actually want to defend it. So I'll just go, and when I'm done reading it, I'll let you on. You do realize not all growth is driven by colonialism, right? Full economic development worldwide under autonomous socialism would add billions to the modern labor force. Neocolonialism doesn't generate total wealth, it limits it while ensuring that the rewards are gained unequally. Right. Welcome back. Did you hear that?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
Well, do you remember the tweet?
Oh no, I don't read. I mean, we can both play stupid if you want. If you're gonna mute me, then I can just be stubborn about it. If you're gonna be a child, I really sincerely want to have I've been wanting to have a mature conversation with you for like
You're doing
months
very
now.
good. Now, I wanted to talk to you about degrowth.
Very
so wait, can I ask you just some yes/no questions? I know you have trouble with those, but I just want to know.
So.
Wait, that's a yes/no. Wait, that was a yes/no question.
Bro, stop fucking going by other buildings. Let's fight.
To sit here and just say,
come on, Blizzy.
Ask me yes/no on every single thing that I believe in to extrapolate some kind of baseline framework of what I believe in. But that's what everyone seems to do. So like,
So
if you're just gonna
the
do that,
reason
then
why
this is
people
very-
ask you yes/no questions is because
No,
they
there is
don't
no
think
reason.
you're honest.
You don't know people. You don't. Because this is Twitter. Because this is Twitter.
So
and
when people,
everyone.
no, this is a live stream. No. So wait, when people ask you, are the Uyghur Muslims being genocided, and you don't answer yes or no,
Why are
is
we
that because you're
pivoting to
principally
this?
opposed
We don't.
to yes
Why
no
is
questions?
this important? This is not important. I can't do anything for the Uyghurs, and neither can you. So can we talk about economic growth?
Wait, hold on.
please?
Wait. I can't do anything for Jews in the 1940s. Does it matter whether or not I say yes or no to the existence of the
That's a
Holocaust?
ridiculous comparison. Let's talk about.
Wait, you just
degrowth.
said you
That's
don't
really
care about your
important.
answer because you can't affect it. That's the same for the Holocaust. The Holocaust happened 80 years
That's
ago.
a really silly pivot. Can we talk about degrowth?
You
like that
actually
way?
can't answer. This is why, by the way, it's very important to go over not what you want to talk about, but what you don't. You are an unfathomably dishonest person, and you clearly don't want to have this conversation.
I've been wanting to have the conversation about degrowth, but like you don't want to have it
No,
with
you
me.
didn't
You
at all.
just want to read tweets and like try and dunk on me, and it's kind of silly.
So, then what's
would you
your
like to
opinion
talk
on
about
this tweet that is about degrowth?
I just want to talk about degrowth.
What is your opinion on the tweet that I provided? Do you
What's your
realize
definition? What's your definition of degrowth, Bosch?
I provided a tweet? Would you like to give me your opinion
No.
on it?
Bosch, what's your definition of degrowth? Tell
All
me.
right, then I'll move to the next set of tweets, and I will bring. I mean, if you can be quiet, you can stay here.
Can you tell me the definition of degrowth? Like
We
we've
have
been
to go
trying
through the tweets,
talk
and then we
about?
can have.
No,
a
we
broader
don't. You don't have to.
God
go through the
damn
tweets.
it, what a
We
fucking pussy.
We don't have to go through them. I came here and have a conversation with you, but you know, if you want to be bad faith about this, then, you know.
Yes, going over a topic and trying to ask you direct questions that you refuse to answer is me being bad faith. So then.
How am I? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So then you say, almost all the growth in the global north is from wealth and resources extracted from the global south in some way. Even if it isn't directly exploitative, it depends
made me
on
tear
the
up a little bit.
underlying commodified exchanges with capital that have used fragile systems. See IMF, World Bank. You're literally doing the, well, I'm a first world socialist and I don't care about the global south stance. It's like, what? So the reason why I don't like these tweets very much is because nowhere in any of my tweets do I ever say, imply, or suggest that wealth in the global north is not derived from exploitation from the global south.
But why can't you just say that in your reply so I know that you know that, so I don't have to implicitly
I did,
correct it?
right here. I did in the reply directly. Nothing about this involves the global south. Economic development will make everyone on
But
Earth
it
richer.
does, because that's where colonialization occurs, is mainly in the global south.
Right,
so I
and then
would
it's a
hope
good thing
you
that I
know
said in
that.
the previous tweet, autonomous socialism with full economic
Can you
development.
define me the word autonomous socialism?
Autonomous means
He
free
doesn't
from
even know the
outside or
words!
foreign influence in the context of nations.
This is always how it ends up.
So
Motherfuckers get into an argument and they just don't know what
autonomous
the
is
words
not
mean.
Nations. So the word autonomous never has referred to nation states. It's always referred to an economic policy. So can you define what autonomous and economic policy means?
So I think that anyone above the age of 4 reading this tweet and seeing the word autonomous socialism after full economic development could probably interpret that what I'm saying is that these countries, first of all,
Can
what
you
you said is
define- can
not
you define
correct.
me?
Wait, hold on. More gibberish
why
isn't
can't-
saving you here. You were incorrect in what you're saying, and I know more about econ than you do.
I
So
don't
any
think-
reasonable
Why do you
person.
assume you do? Why do you assume?
Could
Can't you
any
just treat me like
reasonable
an
person?
equal?
Your question was gibberish, so I can't answer it.
Gibberish. You're not treating me like an equal. You're just assuming that I'm stupid this entire conversation. Do you always?
I'm not
like, just
assuming
talk
anything,
down
Mel.
to people?
So
yes, you are. You've
this-
never talked to me. You have never.
All right, muted. So anyway, I think that any reasonable person from this tweet could probably see that by autonomous socialism, I mean developing independently, like freed from the IMF and the World Bank and other neoliberal systems that are used to exploit the developing South. Oh. There we go. So I
Can
think
you give me
in this
can
tweet,
you give me the definition of autonomous, please?
I
Economically.
did. And then I
No, you
think in
didn't.
follow-up tweets, I also made
Can you-
it perfectly
can you say it to
clear
me
that
right
I'm
now?
talking
Do you
about
know the-
economic development.
Do you know the definition of an autonomous zone financially, economically? Is what this refers to?
Nobody's talking about an autonomous zone like Hong Kong. We're talking about autonomous economic development under socialism.
An autonomous zone isn't Hong Kong. An autonomous zone is an economic free
Well, it's a
state.
special- yeah, hold on. Autonomous. Let's take a look at a Google definition. Hold on.
I asked you for
So
the
hold on.
economic.
Number 1, having the freedom to govern itself or control its own affairs. So considering the fact that I specifically mentioned the global south controlling its own affairs, following that up with a statement on how the IMF and World Bank actually do the work there.
The word that you said is economic autonomous development. That sounds like a whole phrase that has to mean something. What does that mean?
I
What is
cannot
autonomous?
help you if you don't know what words mean. That's not a burden on
I'm
your shoulder.
asking you what the definition means, so I know what your working definition is. And I asked
Now
you for it,
know.
and you can't.
It meant,
why can't you tell me?
The definition of autonomous, as I used it, was coincidentally what you can see the definition is if you Google the word autonomous.
I said autonomous economic zone, full phrase. I didn't say autonomous because I'm not a child. I know what the word autonomous means. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
I have already told you what the word autonomous is.
No, I asked for autonomous, socialist, whatever that was. That is the word that I asked you for.
So, and then the last tweet interaction, because it petered off
So you're
after
not going
there.
to tell me your definition. You're just going to
Shit.
just use
I have
autonomous.
already
Shoot him a fucking
provided the
missile.
definition. You're just trying to stall
the
the
right missile.
conversation as much as you can.
I'm not stalling. I want you to tell me. But
So-
you won't tell me. For
Who the
whatever
fuck is
reason.
shooting
The
us?
funny,
How did it
the,
lose
the
health?
last thing in the Twitter interaction here. So I asked this. This is a direct yes/no question. I know you don't like those. Could a nation in the global south uplift itself through economic development, assuming it was able to
Sea
maintain
lining question. Like, it's
political
just kind of
autonomy
like-
and develop in ways which served its own people and not the business interests of the West? I think this is a really, really good question because it directly corrects the problem that you seem to have, rather
It
than
doesn't
just
correct
using.
anything. It just anyone can read that and agree with it. But what do you stand for principally with those things?
So
Like,
wait,
how do
you
get
agree?
there?
Wait, you agree then that a nation in the global south could uplift itself through economic development?
With it being completely removed, yeah. But that's what any nation though. That's obvious. Anyone with a basic economics degree knows this.
That's crazy. So if we could develop a geopolitical system that had foreign
How,
interference
Bosch?
reduced, more
How,
countries.
Bosch?
Wait, hold on. None of this tweet thread, the entirety of this tweet thread, where you were saying I'm white, I'm a neoliberal talking point haver, what have you. Oh, you said it was a neoliberal talking point to say that you should increase economies. So that was good. You know, neoliberalism means whatever it
No,
needs
it's
to.
how you're uplifting. Most of the time when most of the time when countries are trying to
Oh
uplift
god, there's the little army.
countries in the global south, they're using sort of things like the World Bank, or they're using
Have I ever
loans or the-
advocated for the World Bank? Can you find a tweet or a video or anything of me advocating?
I've never. It's not that you are directly advocating for the World Bank. it's
Oh,
that
but
is
me
the-
saying autonomous socialism and then later clarifying saying
No,
uplift
it's-
itself in ways that serve its own people and not business interests of the West. Have I not sufficiently indicated?
I mean, like, it's fine. I'm just disappointed. I'm just kind of disappointed in you. Like, I just figured this was going to be a pretty,
Aw.
like, I don't know.
So you don't have an
Good
answer.
back and
So
forth.
so you know that I clarified my point perfectly well and you were being deliberately obtuse. By the way, this was a yes/no
No.
question and you didn't answer it. Afterwards you said, I'm not doing a lengthy dumb Twitter fight with you, after you had quote tweeted every single reply to maximize your fans' engagement on the subject.
I don't have fans. I just have people that like shit posts that I say on Twitter. I don't
Those
know
are
why you.
fans. So we've done it.
They're
We've
not
gotten through the
fans.
tweet thread. Let's just talk about the ideas now. That wasn't so bad. It could have been over in about 3 minutes if you hadn't been so obstinate. But if I were you, I
wasn't
wouldn't have wanted to go over those either.
Is this a win for you? Do you feel good about yourself?
Every interaction I have with people on your intellectual level is by default a win for me. So
Why
I'm
are you saying
perfectly comfortable
intellectual
with it.
level?
Because I
Why
think
are
you're
you
stupid and dishonest. I think the dishonesty is the worst one, by the way. I'm totally
Oh.
okay with like having dumb people on from time to time. Sometimes I'm friends
Okay,
with
so this is just a game to you, right?
them. No.
Is this the
No, I
grift?
take
Is
this
this
very
the game?
seriously. I think you do measurable harm.
Fucking hiding behind the wall.
What am I
God
hurting
damn it,
at?
you dumb
Tell me who am I
assholes.
hurting?
Well, first of all, wait. There are a couple million
They really
Uyghur
gotta
Muslims
fix
that
that.
are currently in the process of being
How am I
persecuted by the
physically-
state.
What am I physically doing?
Please
How
don't
am I
destroy my
physically
missiles.
Physically doing. Okay, so we're eliminating
what I'm
all
doing.
internet action.
Fuck.
I don't know what you do in real life with your physical.
God
body.
damn it!
So what? So how? So then, I obviously can't do anything. For
Wait,
those
so if
people.
I'm talking to a Nazi and I'm like, I think you do harm online with your shitpost, they're like, I mean in real life, what am I doing? I
I'm
don't
not
know
a
what you're
Nazi,
doing.
so why are you comparing me to them?
Because the point there wasn't your ideology; it was the idea.
Oh,
that
I
the
saved
only way
both
to
the
measure
missiles,
harm is by
thank
physical
God.
Actions you take in the real world.
I did
That
it.
was very dishonest of you, Mel. I wasn't comparing you morally to a Nazi. I was pointing out that the argument would also be disingenuous if it came from them. Your ideas are harmful. You share them through
Aw.
communication.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, they do that too. Oh, Luptard, you don't like racist.
I didn't call you a libtard.
So this is why I called you stupid. You don't seem to understand.
Too
how
bad,
analogies
pussies.
work. So I'm not comparing the things you believe. I'm comparing the ways in which you're dishonest.
But it's an unnecessary analogy that doesn't prove anything. Now, if the analogy
Well, you
proves
don't
something,
understand it, so I imagine it's very confusing
why do you
when I
say
say
you don't
it.
understand it? Oh, okay. So again, we're going to be condescending.
Wait, if I compared you to say like Joseph Stalin, would you be like, I don't have a black hair. Wait,
Where are you going?
What's how tall was Stalin? I'm not that tall.
I'm actually taller than Stalin, by the way. He was like 5'.
Let's say Stalin was 5'1". I don't know. I'm not 5'1".
Okay.
You compare me to Stalin. I'm not 5'1". You seem to be missing the point of the comparisons. You know?
Really, the comparisons are just a little innocuous and silly, and they don't.
You don't
mean
seem to
anything.
understand them, so I don't know if you're in a good position to determine how worthwhile they are.
I mean,
So do you
I'm
want to
not
talk
a
about
Nazi,
degrowth? Here, do you think that we can improve the world economy for every single person living on Earth today while also reducing the inequality in the global market?
It depends on what kind of exploitation is going on. So when I look at degrowth essentially means that we have to restructure the economy in a way to where we minimize the amount of exploitation that we are doing. The problem is a lot of the resources that we require to function our society primarily come from places that are in the global south,
We
especially
need
with
slaves.
computers and cell phones and these things like that. So there are raw conflict minerals. So these things are like diamonds, cobalt, tungsten, lithium, and the expensive amount of labor that needs to go into extracting those minerals, 'cause it's very, very expensive to pull lithium out of the ground. You can't just show up and pull it in. It requires a lot of infrastructure. So you have to build the infrastructure in the country and give those workers good conditions, make sure that they're safe, create logistical support so they can move those minerals out of that country, make sure that those workers are getting paid properly, and all has to be done through cooperation, through borders, international trading, and all these sorts of things. And you have to make sure that you're only taking as much as that you need. Now the problem is in the United States, we hyper consume things. We look at capitalism and Bitcoin and all these kinds of methods, right? So Bitcoin is incredibly environmentally toxic, just like NFTs.
Oh
right?
shit!
So these things require
What
lots
the
of
fuck is
computers
that?
to put all these things into the blockchain.
Oh,
and so
he
we
has
need,
that thing
and
that the
computers can't
that
process
one of the
forever.
bosses
They're gonna
have.
burn out. So when they burn out, we need more chips. Where do we need to get those chips?
Shit,
well, we need to
that
get
was
those
nuts.
parts from.
I noticed that
lithium.
none of this has anything to do with the question that I asked.
How does it not?
Because I was asking you if you believe we could uplift the quality of life for every person on Earth while minimizing or reducing market inequality. I understand that there are ways in which we inefficiently consume resources.
Yeah, but that's the point. Is we can't without completely restructuring whole economic systems.
So if we could restructure economic systems,
in order to uplift groups that don't have the proper systems, we have to provide them for them in some kind of way. But we can't do it to where we're sending in a military or using unfair trade regulations.
Fuck,
a lot
man.
of times, if people are going to want to invest in a foreign country, they're going to want to get more out of it.
Got me with
We're
that
not gonna
fucking
want,
fire.
Capitalists and industrialists, they don't want to have these people get paid well. So
wait,
we have
again,
to.
Do I get that weapon?
No,
it's
this
fucking
is a
cheating,
socialist
man.
channel.
Some
Asking
kind of
you,
secret death
do you
weapon.
think
I don't think.
I know you don't.
think
I'm
know.
aware, and I don't think you're a socialist either. So the feeling is mutual. Do you think we could
I
make
didn't say
the
you. I
entire?
didn't say you weren't a socialist. Why are you throwing in these little ad homs? I don't think you're not a socialist.
Oh, I don't
you can
think
have
you are. Then.
God
but
damn
do
it!
you think
So,
that
why do
we
you think I'm
can
not a socialist?
uplift?
Hey! If you're gonna get look. If you're just
Do
gonna give me
you
ad homs,
believe we
no,
can
no, no,
do
no,
Pussy,
no,
get
no,
the
no,
fuck
no,
outta
gosh.
here.
If you're going to give me ad homs, let's have a conversation where you stop doing ad homs, where you stop just throwing in these little snipes because you look and you sound just like a child. You sound like civility politics. You just sound like a
I
child.
think you're about as disingenuous as. Actually, you're significantly more disingenuous than that Canadian Nazi I had on before. At least.
With the hype.
So wait, hold on. The only reason.
Why are you so obsessed with
Coral
this?
rifle.
You don't understand the comparison. Can you
Let's see what
explain
that
the
is.
comparison that I just made?
Anything because I'm just a stupid, dumb fuck tanky, am I?
Can you explain the comparison that I just made? Like, what was I comparing?
I don't care about your Nazi
You
comparison. 'Cause I don't
you
care
can't.
About
This is
I don't care
why.
about
Wait,
Nazis.
hold on. This is why
You're so
I'm mean
tough
to you.
Nazis, my
You're
guy.
either unwilling to or incapable of even processing the points that I'm making. Probably
points they're
because you
making
didn't
are
come on here
pointless.
expecting to be criticized for the stuff that you said.
Because well, I figured you were gonna talk about Twitter, so I mean, it's whatever. I actually very much expected
You've
that, by the way.
obfuscated every stage of this conversation, and you're still doing it because I'm asking you, do you think it's possible to exceed the current standard of living, the material production, the productivity of every country on Earth, to elevate it and to equal it?
Not in the current state that we're at right now.
Not
We
in the
cannot do
current
that.
state. Obviously, the current state is what it is, but with changes made.
What does the hypothetical matter? Like, what is like? Okay, Vosh,
Wait.
agreeing on a hypothetical.
Wait, you realize socialism doesn't exist in the real world? Would I be like, hey, do you want socialism? And you're like, yeah, and I'd be like, why does the hypothetical matter? What does that even mean? Do you think there are changes that we can make to our system?
Obviously, that's such an obvious fucking yes.
That's
like,
great.
What, like,
Then we agree.
It's child shit. It's like child shit.
It's
like,
child shit to believe that there are advances we can make technologically and socially to uplift everyone on Earth while mending economic inequality. That's child shit to have that goal in mind. We could probably do it with the level of technology we have today. We probably could. I believe that.
Tech doesn't actually. Well, but the thing is okay. I don't disagree with you that we can't do it with the tech level that we have. The problem is the current level of tech distribution in the world is incredibly uneven.
That's a social problem. Why do you keep answering my questions in ways that ignore the premises of my question? Yes, with changes made.
But how do you do those changes? Like, what are those changes going to be, though? You're not
So you
evaluating
acknowledge
on
then
anything
that my original point was correct. You're just a stickler for details. You want to actually talk about it.
No fucking shit.
So then you're on Twitter then, you were just wrong. I was correct, you said I was incorrect, but you weren't actually saying I was incorrect. You were saying, could you elaborate further? You were acting as though you disagreed with my belief, when all you were actually apparently doing is saying I didn't elaborate enough while fighting a Bloodborne boss.
What?
Okay, wait, I'll say it again, but slower. So you agree with my belief that it is possible to uplift everyone and bring about equality, but on Twitter, you didn't. I laid that point out clearly, and you kept disagreeing with it by implying I was like pro-IMF, even though I very clearly indicated otherwise. So everything on Twitter we can just wipe away. I can see why you didn't want to talk about that. Now, if we're to talk now about, yes, it is possible to uplift everyone, and yes, we can address equality, how do we do it? Then I think that's a wonderful conversation. But that's not the conversation you wasted my time with last night. It's a different conversation.
Oh, I mean, I just muted you. I didn't hear anything that you said because you've been doing it to me.
Gotcha. So do you then think that? So you think it's possible to do this?
I think overwhelmingly that we can influence overall growth within the world geopolitically. If we make the quantitative steps to reduce our overall impact that we are putting on in terms of exploitative terms on the global south, which I think most people agree with. Now, I think the contention is how we get there and what we do with that.
No, you at no point on Twitter said, how do we do this? Or you said or after I explained how we did this, you argued with the premise, not with the means by which you achieved that premise. You didn't believe that.
What?
Wait, the original video of me playing Bloodborne was me saying, what's the point of socialism if it lowers the standard of living? I want to be able to keep my iPhone.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Wait, what was wrong with that video if you agree with my statement then?
Can I ask you a question?
Can you answer
Are you willing to give up your iPhone so someone else can live better?
Like conceptually, like
no,
if there was some sort of do we mean like a government policy? Like get rid of that?
Are you willing to live in a lower standard of living, like live in a smaller apartment or house or wherever you live in the Pacific Northwest? Are you willing to live are you willing to change your lifestyle, change your position, how you live, so that we can, all kind of live a little bit more equal?
Wait, so me personally does this for everyone, or you mean there's a bit more economic austerity? You're advocating for austerity politics here in America.
That's not austerity.
You are, by definition, arguing for austerity. Are you asking me if I'm willing to embrace austerity for equality?
No, that's not austerity.
Okay, let's go to Google again.
How is subtracting the amount of living that you take austerity? Like, how is downsizing austerity? That's not austerity.
I'll leave that one to the historians. So, you're advocating for like austerity.
I'm not advocating for austerity.
You just
I'm
repeated
asking
the
you.
definition of austerity.
That's not the definition of austerity.
That is how austerity manifests. Yeah, people say tighten your belts. We're going to need to reduce the deficit. But if state resources are being dedicated to fixing inequality, then that would be austerity.
I'm asking you. People lowering the standard of living so people can equalize the economy is not austerity. It's only austerity when the government is incentivizing programs that that completely move entire industries to other parts so like
Wait,
so
you
for
think
example,
austerity is when you outsource jobs? What?
I didn't say outsourcing
You said
jobs.
move industry from one part to another.
That's not outsourcing. You have to move jobs all the time in the United States, depending on climate, depending on markets. Like,
look, okay, you can spend some time with a dictionary later. I can't help you on this one. Okay, just so I can understand. So are you saying like the United States government
moving
taxes?
jobs isn't outsourcing. That's just factually fucking wrong. Me saying you want to move jobs from another part of the country is normal.
I can't help you with this.
That's how logistics work.
I can't lead you out of this forest.
Jobs just don't stay in one place for decades. They have to why do you think the auto manufacturers got phased out? Because there wasn't any more jobs there.
I can't bring you out of this forest. You're going down a road I can't.
Oh,
this isn't. How
gotcha, Big Daddy.
No, it's okay. Okay, I'll take the L. You know what? I'll take the L. Okay, I'll take the L. Austerity is when jobs move. Okay, okay. Austerity is when jobs move. Okay. No, it's fine. Austerity is when jobs move.
You don't know definitions. That's so unbelievable. You literally think me saying jobs moving from one part of a country to the other is outsourcing?
Okay, no, you're right. You're totally right. Okay, so anyway, so how is this happening? Is the government taxing everyone more, and because I'm wealthy, like a lot of my wealth gets taxed?
No, it's not a wealth tax. It's
then
literally
by what mechanism is my standard of living being reduced? I just want to know because it affects my answer.
It doesn't affect your answer. You can't even answer the yes or no. You can't even do it.
I'm asking a clarifying question. How is my standard of living being decreased? You were the one who was a stickler for details earlier. You should be able to answer this. Are we talking government policy? Are we talking a price hike in commodities or in rent because of relative scarcity of goods because we're no longer buying them from the global south? Are we talking about activist groups that are willfully through cooperative measures trying to reduce their standard of living for the benefit of the planet? What mechanism is being used here?
Does it matter what mechanism we want to use? Are you willing? Okay, fine. What if we just all of them? Which one would you be okay with? What do you not like? What methods do you think make sense for you? What as a socialist, if you obviously austerity is bad. I don't like austerity, and neither should you.
I'm staying alive. Don't worry about me.
Should be taxing us more or forcing us to move
You don't want the government to tax us more? I think I pay too little in taxes.
You don't want the government to tax you more on commodities if commodities in the global south are more expensive, because that doesn't remove resource extraction away. It's a band-aid effect. That is essentially
what I'm guessing then is you're talking about trade being...
That is what austerity is.
Okay, so I'm guessing what you're saying then is that in this example, trade is being cut off from the global south, which means that we have to buy our...
being cut off. It's logistically being changed. So
okay, it's being logistically changed, so we have to get more of our resources from the developed world, which of course costs more. And that means that everything in America gets more expensive and people have to live more austere lives for a time. But it benefits global economy because it allows the global south to...
It's not just us living a slightly lower standard of living. It's making sure that the same exploitative measures that happen in both places, like the parasitic relationship between the exploiters and the people that are being exploited, are as even as possible.
Which leads to an increase in commodity prices, right?
It can. It depends on what those commodities are. So if it's commodities that are artificially inflated. So so sugar, for example. Sugar is artificially inflated in the United States. So is corn. Corn and sugar are artificially inflated because we grow so much of it, and to keep costs low and to keep it cheap for producers, and high fructose corn
syrup,
syrup,
which would lead to an increase in the cost of commodities when it got shipped to America.
Well, the thing is well, it depends on where we're growing it too. So like, say we stop buying sugar from like Cuba and like the Caribbean, and we start growing it in Florida, and we start growing it in all of these places. Then we have to completely change logistically the mode of production. We have to completely change how we operate, and so it's not really like austerity at that point, because austerity would mean we would be having to basically pay less taxes. We wouldn't be paying taxes on sugar because
I don't know why you keep avoiding this, but yes, what you're saying is that a change in the global trade relations between us and the global South leads to an increase in commodity prices. Yes, that's what you're saying. You can talk around it all you want, but that's what you're saying. So you're asking, would I be willing to accept a cut to my standard of living, and every other American standard of living, because we all buy commodities in these states, if it would mean fairer trade relations between the developed and the developing
It's not just fairer trade relations. It's how much of things it's literally changing how we produce things domestically and how we trade internationally. It's not just trade relations.
Okay.
It is a complete degrowth. The theory of degrowth is essentially the entire restructuring of the entire economy. It's not just people like making a little less money. It's not just changing trade. It's not just resource extraction.
You're like allergic to clarifying. Okay, I think we all know what's being referred to here, and it would lead to exactly what I am talking about. We were talking about this in relation to my standard of living, in which case the thing that would become more expensive would be commodity prices. Housing prices would also go up because we also get lumber and metals from other countries. Building new houses would become more expensive. Also, if our immigration system laxened up a little bit, that would mean that more houses would be produced, but it would also mean that more people would come to the States, which would increase the cost of living. So
but people wouldn't be coming to the States if we were changing the way we extracted resources, because those jobs would be staying in the global South. So it actually would neutralize
people would come to the States because they love our freedom. All right. So anyway.
No, you can't just say that.
Please, Mel, I'm just trying to answer the question you asked so many years ago. The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
It's not a yes or no answer. These
you
things
asked me a yes or no question.
But I don't think you understand the impact of the question.
I did. No, I do. But I was asking about it in context of the relevance of my standard of living. The answer is yes. The answer is, Mel, yes, the answer is yes. But I don't think we should have to. I think there are ways to address this that don't lead to
So then why would you agree with it if you don't think we have to? Then you actually don't agree with it.
No.
That's such a
Hold on. Wait, hold on. I think what you've advocated would improve the world, but I think there's a way to improve it further that would not require that. But if all I could choose what you described, I would support that.
Okay, but how would you do that, though?
How would
If you think that we can do it, then how would we do that?
Okay, the answer's a little complicated. Do you want me to just ramble for a bit?
Sure, that's what I was here for.
Okay.
I wanted to know actually how you feel about it, but like you wouldn't get there. You wanted to talk about Twitter and genocide bad woo and all this other bullshit and calling me a Nazi. Like, fuck, just tell me what the fuck you
crazy.
I don't.
That whole genocide denying thing really stands out. It's really a personality highlight. It's just like
it's a fun meme, everyone.
It's a fun meme. Oh yeah. And who knows why I called you a Nazi? You know, there could have been any number of reasons why I might have drawn that relation.
I'm not a Nazi, silly. Come on.
No, you're not a Nazi, but you do things they do.
No, I don't. I don't do anything the Nazis do. I'm a good old-fashioned communist that lives in America.
So anyway, okay, the answer is complicated, and I'll try to. No, I'm not going to try to speak slow. So first of all, America cutting off even slightly
Be more condescending. Speak slow. No, speak slow, Bosch. I want to hear you speak slow.
Sure. If America cuts trade relations or significantly reduces them with certain parts of the global South, an interdependence that we have formed will be reduced or possibly broken, which would make it less economically devastating for us to contrive reasons to destabilize their governments or invade their
Fuck, man.
Likewise, the American people, if they were subjected to economic austerity as a product of our desire to make global trade relations more equal, would probably lead to them being war hungry. Americans, like people of any other country, are generally self-interested and don't really give a fuck about people outside their borders, though admittedly Americans do this quite a bit more than any other country I can think of. So
Jesus Christ.
My concern about those behaviors and that response is that it would lead to an isolationist and militarily aggressive United States that would end up trying to ameliorate the
I keep flying into the
hike
goddamn
by
ships
invading other
exploding.
countries and forcibly reestablishing essentially colonialist trade relations. My belief, my hope, is that it's possible to take advantage of the coming climate change destabilization to weaken America domestically to the extent that non-government agencies from America and places in the global south with weakening trade relations to America can develop economic autonomy in a way that still fosters American economic dependence so they can't invade, but also allows those countries to industrialize past, say, sweatshops. This system could simultaneously enrich the global south and keep America's hands off the rest of the world. Because the more economically prosperous these countries become, the less likely an invasion from America or even like foreign interference can be. The more developed a country is, the more democratized a country it is, the harder it is for America to interfere. That just seems to be the way the world works. It's easier to interfere with autocracies, it's easier to interfere with poor countries. We want to make these countries wealthy. We want to have them form international trade blocs so that countries in Africa and countries in Southeast Asia can work together to form blocks of commodity exchange that are comparable, at least a little bit, to the EU, America, and China. And if they do that for long enough, they might be able to form a kind of economic interdependence that allows them to fully break free of American trade relations in an exploitative sense, and then they are on equal playing field. They're too powerful and too interconnected to invade, plus if America tried to install a new government, the rest of the world would be mad at America because now we've destabilized a highly industrialized and technologically advanced country, and for that reason we are cutting trillions out of the global economy for years to come. That's my dream. International trade relations and trading blocs to fight American and Chinese economic hegemony are the best shots that we have at developing the global south. Now, the best thing about all of that is that these trading blocs are, they increase productivity. The more they develop, the more productive they become, the more wealth they generate. There is always more wealth to be found. And we're limited not by trade relations, but rather by our ability to grow without destroying the planet. If we invest trillions into green energy, which we are capable of doing internationally, we can scrub carbon from the skies and from the ocean, we can reinvigorate our planet, and we can do it without ever taking precious iPhones away from dumbass American white boys who are bad at Bloodborne. That's my dream. I think that's the better answer. I think that's the best thing that we can do.
So, there's a couple things that I'm curious. Why NGOs? Because the reason why I say this is because historically, and we can look at this, most of the global south has had incredibly bad relationships with the trade deals and agreements that have been forged with NGOs. So if this mistrust is there, how do we reassure those people that these NGOs are not going to take advantage of them or end up being, I guess, exploitive, not in the way that is as bad, but they're still participating in the same behavior that could potentially, it could backfire, right? Like interest could change, obviously.
Yeah.
So like the NGO could maybe see a window into going into, say the NGO is like, they start doing this for a couple years, things start going well, and then, we elect somebody else in the United States that has different interests, right? Because I don't see...
Can't aim all the way up, what the fuck is this? God damn it!
Is America has an election cycle every 2 to 4 years. So like how do we stop another Democrat or a Republican that wants to do something maybe more war hawkish or more isolationist? Like how does this impact how we have that relationship between the state, the NGO, and the country that we're trying to enrich, or the country that's trying to enrich itself?
Well, I want the NGOs to be there in a humanitarian capacity, not an economic one. I read a study...
But what if they don't want them there?
Well, if they don't want them there, that's their right. But I read a study that when humanitarian NGOs set up shop in developing countries, it makes the likelihood of negative foreign interference less likely. It decreases that. Because, if you're like a mercenary, force that America sends in, if you kill 100, like, indigenous natives or whatever, that doesn't make news. You kill one doctor from Chicago, and that makes international headlines. So I've heard that putting
Fuck.
humanitarian NGOs there can go a long way towards preventing.
Can't aim all the way up.
So I
God
disagree.
damn it.
Just like when we look at places like Rwanda, for example, where a lot of resource extraction was taking place, like in the Belgian Congo.
Are you
there was
kidding
a lot of,
me?
Industrialization that was happening with Africa.
Are you fucking
post-colonialism,
kidding me?
And there was a lot of ethnic tensions left over from that post-colonialism and new industrialization that happened in Uganda and Rwanda.
This
and,
is so
Belgian
fucking
Congo.
bullshit.
And there were NGOs there. And so the NGOs that were there at that time was
This is
Doctors
way
Without
too long. I'm
Borders
just
and all
gonna do
those
the other
people.
mission.
When the genocide was
Way
happening
too
and when
fucking
the civil
long.
wars were breaking out, the
Holy
Europeans
shit.
just took the NGOs home and just kind of let it happen. There was no UN peacekeeping mission besides just observers. There was no intervention.
Is there an achievement for
So,
complete
I don't
all
think it's a perfect
missions?
solution. I just think that it has the potential to catch some eyes on the situation.
Because I might need to do this. I don't remember doing
It's
this.
not as effective, so why would we keep doing it?
Wait,
Like what
wait, we're not-
assures that
it's
it
not
doesn't
we,
happen
it's,
again?
It's an NGO. If NGOs
Yeah,
were to set up
clear
shop in
mission
these countries,
MIA,
and those countries
obtain all
accept
combat
the aid,
logs.
be it medical or logistic, and they set up there, those are generally American citizens, usually people who have direct connections to journalist groups.
Cleared
that
all
are now
missions,
within
yep.
that country. If they are killed, or if something happens to them, more attention is paid.
I gotta
than
do
ever
this.
could If something happens
Is
to
it in
the
replay?
resident, native people of that country. And for that reason, I think it's a good stopgap. Doesn't fix every problem, and I obviously wouldn't advocate for NGOs to be put in these countries
I
that
don't
are
know.
A, unwanted, or B, obvious fronts for neoliberal influence. But I don't think that
Okay, that's
Doctors
fair.
Without Borders is out there pushing.
No, I don't think so either. I just wanted to clarify
Oh,
because
this is so annoying.
my only issue with NGOs, especially within the developing world, or even NGOs like the United States, is that more often than not, they don't engage in active exploitation or active coercion for the state. But if there's an election or lobbying or some kind of thing, this requires politicians to be corruption free as well, because NGOs, despite being the non-government actors that they are, they still are kind of owed to their governments based on their citizenship or national origin or allegiance or all those things. They can still act within the self-interest of those countries if they
can't wait. Hold on. So nothing that I said to you was, under my impression, an easy thing to do. It's going to be an uphill battle to fix these problems.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
no,
that
I
this
know.
is a narrow way to improve the situation, but of course there are always going to be potential problems with corruption, or it could turn out that everyone at Doctors Without Borders is
Where the
a
fuck are
secret
the
neoliberal,
ships?
and they all came
No.
there.
I'm not trying to say that. That's a stretch. What I'm
Like,
saying is I just want to
anything
make
could.
sure.
I just think that generally, I've just read positive stuff. The fact, by the way, that
Okay.
the EU
They're
had
not gonna
to pull
come
those
from here?
NGOs
The
out of
fuck?
Rwanda is an indication, though, that they're more cared about than the people native there. And that probably made headlines back when it happened. I'd have to look that up. I'd be willing to bet the news story NGOs pulled out by EU probably got more prominence than the beginning of the genocide. That we
Okay,
care
just
more
making
about
sure.
our people than their people. And as unfortunate as that tribalism is, if we can exploit it for the benefit of a better world, then,
Do you think it's worth exploiting though?
Well, how does putting Doctors Without Borders in one of these countries hurt the country?
No. I wasn't saying that was exploitive. I was saying how. I was saying. I was just clarifying because I wasn't sure if you meant I don't think Doctors Without Borders is necessarily exploitive.
There are some good NGOs. Not all. There are a lot of bad ones, but there are a couple of good ones. I need to read up some more, but. And of course, it would be up to the country as well if they wanted.
Yeah,
these.
and the thing that sucks about NGOs is they're predominantly there's not a list, right? An NGO could be good or it could be bad. And so when I was pushing you on this, I wasn't saying that you don't know this stuff. I just wanted to make sure that the audience and everyone around us we all kind of know that it is a little bit more complicated. It's not just a guy going in and doing a good thing. Because I genuinely have the benefit of the doubt. I genuinely like to think that NGOs are good. The problem is some NGOs end up becoming think tanks, and I think think tanks are ultimately one of the worst. Think tanks and lobbying is one of the worst political entrapments that we experience in the West, especially. So all those things are pretty bad. Something else that you said that I think was interesting is if we're going to. So you mentioned China, and I don't want to get in the weeds about China. This is not the reason why I mentioned China. Do you think that are you seeing this China, the United States, and then the rest of the world? Is that how you see global trade kind of boiling down to
America,
we have the two big
and China,
two big,
three great capitalist evils in the global trade market. The rest of the world doesn't even come close.
So, are you trying to say that it would be better for, like, the EU, the United States, and the PRC to just completely unilaterally multipolar world just kind of ease and sort of like give, like, are we allowing, okay.
They need to be made weaker.
Do you think, so how do you feel about certain like groups, like country, like, so, okay, so like, what
You
about
can't
the
see
EU,
me.
so, I'm trying to think of how to ask this. Do you think it's bad if the EU were to like set up their own sort of like Belt and Road initiative, the US sets up their Belt and Road initiative, and then China sets up their Belt and Road initiative? Because there's a lot of talk about this, because I've seen this. So Europe actually, and I can't remember the name. I don't remember which countries off the top of my head. I just saw this recently, like a week ago. But there's a Mediterranean project that I believe the European Union is doing, and they're sort of like doing like their own kind of Belt and Road thing, from like Italy to like about Greece to North Africa. And a lot of the European countries are trying to form an economic trade zone.
How the fuck did my missiles not get? What the fuck is going on?
Sort of the same thing as,
How are the missiles missing a big ass fucking box?
Like say like TTP,
What is that?
Kind of like these like trade block sort of things. Do you still think those are necessary or are useful in terms of equilateral trade? Or do you think we need to move away from those in their entirety in your sort of prescription for what
We're all
you think we should do?
exploitative. A capitalist country is only ever going to fund investments like that if they think it pays dividends down the line. The Belt and Road Initiative is explicitly about trying to form economic power blocks that are allegiant to the Chinese government in areas that America and the West have typically ignored. And we've been doing our own Belt and Road Initiative for like 200 years. We did it with guns and blood to begin with, and now we've started doing it with the IMF and World Bank. But yeah, the basic metric is exactly the same. You invest in countries up until the point where they're most useful to you, and
can't afford it.
China is probably smarter about this than we are, though. We tend to keep the countries that we control, you know, through soft power, in dirt. Whereas China seems to understand
fucking mission
to industrialize a little bit would significantly boost their economic productivity and thus their usefulness to the CCP. But yeah,
But I think there's a huge difference within. So like, regardless, okay, so like, I have mixed feelings on the Belt and Road, but I have mixed feelings on about every single trade deal.
God, what the fuck do I need? A fucking long-range weapon build for this? What the fuck?
Just because we don't
God
have a lot
damn.
of multipolar trade agreements anymore. Like, the world is very
Fucking
much,
hate
like,
dealing
big
with
power,
those snipers,
you've
but I
said,
guess I got to.
I think
God damn it, man.
With
What a
I guess
shitty
your
ass
opinion about the Belt and
mission.
Road is like, we don't keep those countries in dirt. We have we've turned them into dirt. We've bombed these countries.
And what the fuck
We've
happened to those
changed
two
their
helicopters that were
governments
supposed to be flying from
We've
and back?
put violent, you know,
They didn't appear that. They didn't appear that
dictators
game.
in power, like
The
you know,
fuck?
like Pinochet and Noriega. You know, you know, there was also the I can't remember the guy in South Korea in the 1970s. Like we've helped put these people in. To my knowledge and to everything that I've read, China is not letting these countries in Africa default on any of these loans. They've actually ended up saving Africa $10 billion as opposed to, you know, like the European Union, who is like indebted these countries like to over 100 million.
Well, yeah, it makes them allegiant to China. That's the long-term.
I don't think they're allegiant to China. I think they're just accepting a more feasible option to industrialize in the IMF
Why do
and
you
the
think
World
China
Bank
would bother investing in these countries?
for trade because they can't use sea routes because the United States has blocked them in. It's a lot harder.
You don't think there's
China
any like soft power being exerted in the Belt and Road Initiative?
I mean, there might be, but like it's
If
like
America did the
it's
Belt and
kind
Road
of
Initiative, you would immediately call it out for what it is. And
No, I
America has
wouldn't.
invested significantly in relationships abroad. I mean, for God's sake, the Marshall.
The difference between Wilson's 14 points on the Marshall Plan and NAFTA is that those things were done explicitly through the barrel of a gun. China is not shooting anybody in Africa. China is not putting bases there in Africa. Whenever they did put bases there, they were told they were not allowed to have them, and then those bases were actually converted to the native country, or not the native, but you know, like the country where they are. Okay, but it's not happening. So the thing is the United States, though, we've traditionally have always done it through force. I'm not trying to say this isn't me.
Yeah, our way is
bootlicking.
worse. Their way is better.
This isn't me bootlicking for China or saying that it's better. It's just if we're going to say that both of these things are bad, we have to look at how bad they are. And I would say significantly that what America does is way worse than any initiative that the EU and China is currently doing.
Wait, we're running down this for a while. Okay, first of all, the idea that China doesn't flex hard power is ridiculous. They have an enormous military, and their relationship, their posturing for the past 50 years has indicated that they have every intention of eventually being able to exert the kind of military influence that America does. Nowadays,
where's your evidence for the posturing? How do you know they're doing that?
What do you mean? How do I know they're doing that?
How are they posturing?
What about their behavior in the South China Sea? What about their involvement in the Korean War? What about Taiwan? Like what do you mean?
How's that posturing? That's just, I mean, that's not posturing though. Those are things they did.
Uh-huh. To exert power, like militarily, to use their
They
enormous
supported the DPRK in the Korean War, but that wasn't posturing or exerting power. That was just allyship. We all do that. Every country does that.
Wait, hold on. How is using your military to get involved in neighboring conflicts to form a buffer state to prevent there from being American military bases on your border not a type of posturing?
The DPRK is in a buffer state.
The DPRK is absolutely a buffer state.
It is not a buffer state.
They are wait, hold on. The only reason China gives a single shit about the DPRK is because if they didn't, South Korea would become whole Korea, and then American military bases would be
That's just factually incorrect. That is just historically, factually incorrect with the history that has happened in Korea for the last 200 years. You are wrong. You do not know a fucking single thing about the history of Korea.
I'm absolutely correct on this one.
You are absolutely wrong.
Wait,
you do not know anything about Korea if you think that is the reason.
Why would China do that?
Why would China do what, Bosch?
Why would China stick its neck out during the Korean War to prevent a total conquest of Korea and then occupy it or support it militarily, putting their soldiers' lives on the line, and then hold that position? And then in the geopolitical conflict that
because the Soviet Union was never going to help the Koreans. China and Korea
China doesn't give a fuck about Korea. China.
Yes, they do.
No, they no.
Do you
wait.
know that? Do you know the historical ties between China and Korea?
That's not how
over the last 200
nation
years?
states work.
That's
Are you seriously arguing that they supported North Korea and allowed that festering shithole of a dead monarchist state to continue to exist? Because they care?
They actually, but they do care in a way. It's not all geopolitics. Some of it is history.
Geopolitics. Wait, hold on.
No,
so
some of it
Marxism
is some of it is
until it involves criticizing China, and then we're getting sentimental. No, the reason why China maintains the existence of North Korea, the only reason, by the way, that North Korea hasn't...
No, that's just factually incorrect.
The
do you know anything about...
It hasn't imploded is because it's a de facto vassal of China, and the only
it's not
reason
a vassal
they want
of
that
China.
is because they don't want Korea...
That's just actually correct. You are basically saying that the Koreans have no self-identity at all,
Wait,
which
hold
they
on.
do
Wait,
in the
hold
North
on.
and the South.
North Koreans, politically, have nothing. You are correct in that. Absolutely nothing.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That's not what I implied.
Wait, then we agree. They have nothing.
No, we don't. No, we don't. You have no evidence to substantiate that China and China and the DPRK just are only politically aligned. That's not true. It's not just politics.
Do things for other countries?
Do you not realize that they're not just countries? They're also people that supported each other.
I'm sorry.
During the occupation, they both fought the Japanese fascists.
Make policies. Countries do. People vote.
He's still
in
fucking
China,
alive?
Korea, by the way, where you
Jesus
have
Christ! How many missiles I gonna fire at you?
People aren't what we care about here.
Jesus is so slow!
Like every
Get him!
liberal who's unwilling to acknowledge the existence of imperialism
God
in America.
fucking damn it!
Why did America do the Marshall Plan? Well, we just cared about our European neighbors. We have history with them. No! It's geopolitics! Countries invest military and economic resources to protect their own best interests.
Oh my god, this is gonna be a failure again.
Oh boy.
I know, you're very ideologically idiosyncratic when it benefits you. The idea that China...
What do you mean?
What the fuck was that?
Can you explain to me how it benefits me? How am I what am I benefiting from?
Because if you weren't being those things, you would have to acknowledge that. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me just say this to chat. Okay, hold on. Map
Me telling you that I'm
of
right.
China.
Oh, I have to acknowledge that you were right.
Yes. So just to be super clear to
You
everyone.
always want to be right, don't you?
It's preferable to the alternative. So chat, look. This is a
okay,
map
so
of China.
Bosch is all
This is a
Sounds
map
very
of China.
personality.
I just want to show them the map. It's a pretty map with colors, okay? So China is a big country, very powerful. There's South Korea. If North Korea reunited with South Korea in one Korea, South Korea would win that war for a wide variety of reasons. And then South Korea, which is practically an American military base, would then have military bases right up here
Not
along.
just military base. but
South
okay.
Korea is heavily
Come on,
entrenched
come
in
on.
American geopolitical and military strength. They're not as bad as Israel is in that respect, but they are in the ballpark.
I don't agree or like you framing my home country as an American military base because
I'm sure. Wait, hold on. But I'm sure you don't mind when people say that of Israel, do you? But there are people to whom that is their home country. I saw you, by the way. You were after the shooting in those spas. You were like, I wonder why AOC is spouting xenophobic rhetoric.
Multiple targets, dispose of
That
them.
wasn't AOC. That
Where?
was Ilhan Omar, by the way.
Oh,
Did you,
shit.
remember the things that I say?
Criticize.
All right.
If you're going to criticize me, you might as well do it correctly because it was Ilhan Omar, not AOC.
Okay, so I don't think that criticizing a country is the same as being racist against its people. I don't.
I
Think
never
that
said
about-
you're being racist, Bosch. I just
You
said it seems kind of a poor framing. I never accused you of being
You claim-
racist.
Wait,
Why did you
claim
jump
that
that
about?
way?
Does anyone have that screenshot of what Mel's? I could probably find it. You were
Why
pretty
are you-
explicit about that.
Why are you saying that I was being, why are you accusing me of saying that you're being racist?
Why are you looking at the things I say instead of just hearing the things that I say now? Why do you look
I
at the
never,
things I say?
but you're not, I never, but come on.
Go missiles,
You're
go,
not-
go, go, gadget.
The things I say.
But I never, but you're assuming that I'm accusing you of being racist, and I never accused you of being racist this entire conversation.
No,
That
it's
seems-
just a funny thing that you've done in the past.
Oh,
that feels relevant
yes.
to the,
It's not relevant at all, actually. It's just an ad
Somebody else
hominem.
might find
We need to move on from that.
Look at
I
you,
don't.
BG. Anyway, yeah. So again,
What I'm trying to say here is that like you obviously don't know anything about the history of that peninsula or the history of any of those people.
I
so
think I'm
you're
sorry if
not
you
actually
don't think
correct.
that this is a geopolitical
Holy
thing, then I
shit.
think you're shockingly ignorant.
Oh
No,
my
it's
god.
actually way more than geopolitics, but you don't know anything
What do
about
you
the global
think?
south.
Is
That's
it
very
if it's not
fucking
geopolitics?
Oh.
What is it?
Holy shit.
It's geopolitics, but it
Oh
is
yeah, here
also.
it is. Sorry, wait. We
involved
can put an end to
people
this.
that are
Sorry. So Ilhan Omar said that she was devastated by the murder of 8 people in Atlanta, including 6 Asian American women, and then you posted her retweeting an anti-Uyghur Muslim genocide thing. No human rights, no Olympic Games in China. So essentially, you said because Ilhan Omar doesn't support
That's
China's
not what I
genocide
said.
of the Uyghur Muslims, she has no right to mourn the death of 6 Asian American
That's
women.
not what I said. at
This is more
all.
reprehensible than I actually
not
remember
what I
it being.
said
This
at
is
all.
fucking disgusting.
That's not what I said at all. Do you want to read out radio for
Not what I said at all.
Like she did the same thing. We can read her.
I'm
idea
actually
too.
perfect.
Wait, hold on. Well, then
As a
why
matter
this
of fact.
tweet? Why this tweet?
Oh, because I wanted to. I took Radio Free Amanda's idea because that'd be funny.
Okay,
I
so
wanted to
what's
see if
the
my
what's the
audience thought it was
message being
funny, too.
espoused here? What's the message?
I don't know. Do you want to scroll down and read the other person that said it too? Because apparently I'm too dumb and
You
don't wanna
literally
know.
retweeted a post the other day comparing the Chinese government to Nazi Germany. And I know you have a problem with comparisons. Do you want me to explain the comparison to you?
No, I just wanted to know why you think both of our comparisons are bad because we essentially said the same thing.
Wait, no. Wait, hold on. I don't think you understand what you just said. If you were
No, me and-
agreeing with the
me and
assertion
the
you
other-
just
me and
made,
the
then you would
other
agree that this
poster
meme is
said-
reprehensible.
Me and the other poster essentially said the same thing, and if you're this upset about a meme, then I think you need to go outside,
So wait,
my
do you
guy.
think Ilhan Omar has a right to mourn the death of those 6 Asian American women?
Why?
Do you think it's hypocritical for her to do so?
You asked this is a silly question,
See,
by the
well,
way.
dude, again, it's like I'm talking to a groiper. Wait, do you think
I'm not
it's
a groiper.
hypocritical
Come on.
of her?
It's a silly question. Like,
Do you think it's
what does this
hypocritical
mean?
of
What
her?
what does anyone get out of this? Me
This is
answering
what I
this?
mean.
There's, like,
Chat,
literally
people in
nothing.
Twitch chat who are saying I was being
Literally
mean to
nothing.
her, this is the person we're talking about. Anytime we have a decent conversation on geopolitics, it's in spite of, not because of her. Okay? She acts like a fucking groiper, except she wears a red flag. Alright? This is why I say that tankies are just red fascists. You're Pepe posting at this
Red
point.
fash doesn't exist. Red fash is not a word. It's not
I
a word.
bet you don't think it exists. Yeah, well, you get to be red fash or fash, Mel, because you're sure as fuck not a socialist.
Which
So,
one is? Oh, I'm not a socialist.
Ilhan Omar, is it hypocritical of her to mourn the death of the 6 Asian American women?
Why this is not relevant to anything that we've been talking about. You're just trying to box
It
me in.
really
an attack.
seems like you're saying that because she doesn't like genocide, she doesn't get that. Do you think that in some way those 6
Come
Asian
find me
American
over here,
women
pussy.
were complicit in the
Where's he
Uyghur
at?
Muslim genocide? Is there some relationship, some connection that I'm not seeing here?
Really weird that you.
Is there? I'm sorry. Is there
Come
a
on, I'll fight you.
Because I don't understand this meme. Can you explain it?
Get down here. What
Why
is
do you
that?
care about this tweet? Did
Why
it
do you
make
care,
you
guy? Hey, shh! Don't look at my Twitter, guys. Why do you care about me
Are you-
denying genocide and then saying that other people are bigots for criticizing the existence of that genocide?
I did not say Ilhan Omar was a bigot. Where did I say
Oh,
that,
what
Bosh?
did you say then?
I didn't say that she was a bigot.
What'd you say? What? Nothing. Just memes.
Bosh. Do you know
Oh,
what
just a little
contradiction is?
spicy.
Just memeing
Do you know
people.
do you know what contradiction is? Do you not know what like dialectical materialism is, or understanding the difference in between words and how like things we do in the United States
Mel
are just as
Fuentes.
ethical in other countries?
We
a
do in the
shame you
United
weren't,
States.
you
What?
didn't slide down the alt-right road, because you would be a spectacular Breitbart. You demonstrate about the same intelligence and
Really? I
intellectual
don't like
honesty.
Nazis, Vosh. I'm a trans person. Nazis are not great.
I've met trans Nazis. You could be one. Have you considered a switch?
No, never.
Really?
Nazis are terrible people.
Wait, they like genocide. You like genocide.
I do not like genocide. Genocide is very bad.
Curious, and yet the evidence shows otherwise. Really makes you think.
Not really
Stop that
evidence.
fucking
It's
flamethrower,
just saying genocide bad and a pleady emoji.
The
I
point
don't
that
think
I'm
that's
trying to make to my poor beleaguered audience is that North Korea is a buffer state. It's the same thing that
North
Soviet
Korea
Union
is
did
not
with
a
the
buffer
Warsaw
state.
Pact.
North Korea is not a buffer state. Bosch is wrong. He is absolutely wrong about Asian politics, and he needs to stop talking
I'll add
about
another
Asian
one on. Also,
He doesn't know
Mel
anything
is
that he's talking
xenophobic,
about.
okay? Mel is anti-Korean. Because anybody who implicitly defends the political legitimacy of North Korea
How
is
am I
somebody who
anti-Korean
despises
when
the
I'm
people who
Korean,
live there.
Vosh? How am I anti-Korean if I'm Korean, Bosch?
Any
Can you
tourism?
tell me?
Wait, how am I anti-Korean if I'm Korean? Did I Candace Owens, can we get a round of applause for this wonderful brain in chat? Please. You kidding me right now? Are you Are you fucking with me, Mel?
Okay, so I'm Candace Owens. I'm a liberal.
You don't understand. You can't fathom.
I'm a red fash. Like you're just using words, Vosh. Like
I
I'm just.
know.
I'm
I
kinda
know you struggle
disappointed.
with them, but hey.
You know what? You're someone who has always said that you are intellectually honest, and I was really hoping to have that with you, but for some reason it just evolved into ad homs, and I'm just kind of disappointed because I
And I
expected
looked at
better.
your Twitter, and I asked you
Hey.
direct questions you didn't want to
I just
answer.
better
And
for
and
you.
personally, I knew that you were anti-Uyghur Muslim. I didn't know you were anti-Korean people. That's really disgusting.
Why would I be anti-Korean?
Anti-everything,
Korean? I care
Jesus.
more.
My
I
God.
You
hate
don't know
my own
anything about them. You're okay
Yes,
with
I do.
like geopolitical
I
influence
don't
being
know
exerted
anything
over
about
them.
my own people. I was born in Korea.
Damn. Wow, that's like super vicious then. Gotta chill with that, okay? These people say I hate white people, but you know. Gotta calm down with
This
that.
is a real good look for you, Bosch.
It's inconceivable to me that A, I could have a conversation with you and feel as though I'd done poorly, or B, that any of these sycophants who'd consider you a victor in this conversation could have had their mind changed through any behavior.
I'm not trying to be a winner or a loser here, Bosch. That's silly.
You don't have to
Socialism-
try to be a loser, Mel. It just comes naturally.
Socialism isn't about winning or losing. Socialism is about building community and getting us to the glorious revolution.
Socialism is about the proletariat winning over people like you, state capitalist Mel.
Yes, I
Bitch.
love state capitalism, apparently, according to you.
I don't know why repeating my correct statements back to me is like a zing.
It's not correct, but it's fine.
All right. So we have now acknowledged that the Glorious People's Republic of the Democratic State of North Korea is actually a vassal state for China that they use to avoid direct military
They're not a
imposition.
vassal. I mean, if you're gonna keep lying to your audience, you can keep lying to your
Too
audience.
late.
And that's
Killed your
fine.
friend.
Like, people will know that you're lying.
Doesn't
like anyone
China
that
have
actually
border skirmishes with India from time to time? Wait, on the left side of this map, it literally has lines of control. Here's an India-claimed territory. Wait, how many thousands of square miles is this?
Oh, he's flying. He's
India and China
subject
have
to
been
these
ruling
kicks.
over this particular part of the subcontinent for
Come
about
on, get over here,
2,000
bitch.
years. It's a very, very old conflict.
Damn, that's pretty crazy. Well,
That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of these conflicts that are happening in Asia
What the fuck?
historically,
have nothing
some
to do
of
with
them are-
geopolitics and are actually because of ancient tradition. Is that what we're getting at right now?
No, it's a combination of both actually, and that's why like that was the thing that I was trying to
There's
drive
no
at.
such
Oh god, there's
thing as
another
ancient
target
tradition
coming.
when
What the
it
fuck
comes
is this?
to geopolitics. Countries do what's in their best
There's
interest.
generational trauma that those people remember,
These
right?
are
So like
Raven.
they're
Nightfall
people.
Raven.
Okay, wait,
They're
hold
not-
on. Was it the
They're
American invasion of Iraq geopolitical?
It was a lot of things. It wasn't just geopolitical. It's not all
Oh, he's got some kicks
geopolitics.
in him.
What other explanatory variables?
Oh,
Western
nice one.
hegemony. It's obvious.
That
like
Western
this movie-
hegemony isn't geopolitics.
Yes, it is. Western hegemony is 100% geopolitics.
Yeah, so
for
it's geopolitics.
But geopolitics is such a broad brush. What you
That's
we have
what
to
the
talk
fact
about
that it's
being-
broad means it encompasses everything.
But-
Yeah.
But you're
It's
using
literally
it as a
politics,
but you're, but you're using it.
geographic.
But it's okay. But you're using the problem is you're using it as a catch-all term.
Yeah, to
you're-
describe states acting in their own interest for the most
It's
part.
not just states though. You're reducing it down to just a state apparatus. It's not just the state. It is also the actors within the state. The state actors are things you have to be accounted for. You can't
And
just
they act
assume
geopolitically.
No, they don't. Not
American
every
support for
self-interest-
Israel, is that geopolitical?
Not every
Is
interest
anything
is tied to
geopolitical? Does that word mean anything?
A lot of things that are tied to Israel are also with Zionism and religion. It's not just
That's geopolitical.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Not
it
all-
is. Zionism literally describes the support of a state. How can that not be geopolitical?
Zionism wasn't just Zionism wasn't just about a state. It was about a return to a different era. It was about returning people to a land. It wasn't just a
And
state.
the land, they have it now. It's called Israel. And Zionism means a Zionist is a person who defends the state of Israel.
No, a Zionist is someone that supported a very specific movement, and so now Zionism as today is just someone that generally supports Israel. That's how we view it now.
That's what
but
I
it's
just said.
But that's not what the movement was focused on. Because because you said that's what created Israel, and I'm like, well, that's not what created Israel. Israel wasn't just like Israel, for all intents and purposes, is a military base. We all know that. It's an
Wait,
apartheid state.
Israel's a military base, but South Korea isn't? You know you all had a dictatorship on our account for a while until recently, right? We meddled very hard in South Korean affairs. We were very invested in making sure that you all were amicable military partners through the Cold War.
But the dictatorship was never owned by the United
This is
States. It was
chapter
actually
4,
done independently by the
for
Korean Central
export
Intelligence
denial,
Agency and
eliminating
Japanese
thing
fascists.
4.
But that wasn't the United States directly.
Oh, I
There's a
see.
difference.
Wait, so wait. Does America get to wipe their hands clean of
V3.
every coup and every junta that takes place in countries we don't directly invade?
No, I'm just being factually correct here. Like, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying
the
like
bad
that's
guy.
V3
what happened. I'm not trying to win a dunk. I'm not trying to dunk on you or say that you're right or wrong.
promised him
I'm just-
resources. We supported him. We wanted a dictator because South Korea was our military base and North Korea was China's military base. Your
Wait.
country, as are half the
Wait.
countries on.
Wait, this is chapter 4 here. Okay, I beat that one too. Coral, but okay, he labeled it wrong. Chapter 4, but it's chapter 3. And chapter 4. Yep, he got that one right. Escort the weaponized mining ship. Yeah, chapter 4. He just wrote that wrong, but I did that mission. Oh, that was rough. Oh, fuck that mission. Destroy the ice worm assembly. Let's get the stinger. Where is it for the back? Where is it? Needle missile launcher? No, that's not it. Stun needle launcher. Can we get 2? No. Let's beat this shit one time. Got him. Let's go. Oh. Oh god, he's coming. Got him. Here he is. Shit. She's facing the other way. Damn it! Damn. Damn it. Damn. Oh, heal. He's dead. Damn it. Damn it. Fuck. Fuck, man. Fuck. He was aiming right at me, too. God damn it! Fuck. God damn it. Got him. Come on.
On Earth were just used in a proxy war between us and the communist bloc. That's what the Cold War was.
The Cold War wasn't just buffer states. It was actually subject.
What do you think NATO and the Warsaw Pact were? It was all about buffer states. That's a Cold War. We fight via proxies.
The Warsaw Pact was a buffer state, but not every. Okay, so not every. So a lot of states become buffer states as things happen geopolitically. A lot of states become buffer states, but a lot of those states were actually not supposed to be. They were supposed to be independently held. Like that was the big controversy with the Soviet Union and the whole like the original definition of tanky or whatever, like the Czech like Prague Spring and stuff. Originally, they were supposed to be independent countries.
I just can't believe you're like more of an American chauvinist than I am. You're like, no, America didn't have anything to do with what happened in South Korea. That was we did that to ourselves.
No, I'm not being a chauvinist. I'm telling you what happened. America is still largely influencing Korea, but there's certain parts where it did and certain parts where it didn't. The Japanese fascists had probably more of an influence in South Korea left over after the Korean War than America did. And after America,
what is the strongest influence in North Korea?
America definitely put those people in power, but they definitely walked away, and they just used. I would argue that Korea was more used economically by the United States than they were used militarily.
Nope.
Actually, the South Korea has a massively bigger, has a higher troop presence on the DMZ than the United States. But
yeah, because that's your proxy war. But I guarantee you, by the way, that if somehow a Chinese-North Korean coalition started invading South Korea, we would be at your doorstep in 30 seconds because we want to keep our military bases there. Who do you think the strongest influence is in North Korea? America's the strongest influence in South Korea now, by far. So what about North Korea?
What do you mean? I mean, North Korea is supported by China, but like we don't even know if China would even support them if anything happened. That's like a huge fucking what if. Like we have no idea.
They literally invaded Korea to keep us from taking Pyongyang.
They didn't invade Korea. They actually supported the North at the same time. They didn't invade anything.
Well, one man's supporting the North is another man's fighting against the South. So that's really a matter of perspective. They sent troops into the country and they used those troops to fight against our proxy troops, and then they did it to hold the DMZ.
Do you know how far they pushed into the South, right?
They got pretty far, didn't they? Before we kicked them back?
They got all the way to Busan. That's why they call it the Busan perimeter.
Yeah, and then we dabbed on them.
Well, it was the invasion at Incheon, and it was a lot more.
It's very complicated, the actual story of the agreement. But eventually we did dab on them.
Well, we didn't actually. It was a bloody fucking stalemate. We didn't dab on anybody. Like, it was a slugfest. Like, when we pushed them, I believe, 40-something miles north of the current 38th parallel, and the United States was not winning. But the North wasn't winning either, because actually after the United States pushed into the war, China pulled their troops back. And the reason why China pulled their troops back is because the United States had a plan that was in the works, that there was a possibility that they were going to nuke Manchuria or nuke like the border between like China and the DPRK, like even after the retreat, to solidify China never entering the conflict again.
I'm glad nobody
and
dropped
cutting,
those.
and cutting off North Korea. That was the original plan, and the war ended up going to an armistice because the amount of civilian deaths that were done on the DPRK were like massive, right? Like America dropped like more bombs than the entire than World War II in its entirety just on the DPRK. Anti-communist hit squads like brought out like Korean civilians that were taking food from North Korean soldiers or Chinese soldiers or just even like regular Koreans, and they were executed for just taking food. Like, it was a really brutal conflict where lots of people on both sides of the peninsula died.
And now that suffering gets to be lived out every single day of the lives of every single citizen of North Korea.
It's not, suffering still happens in the South. Like, that war separated families. It changed the cultural landscape of both countries. You can't just talk about
on the North and the South are comparable.
It's not, I'm not saying they're not comparable. I'm saying that you're missing that point. Families were separated. Like, generational trauma happened. Like, there's resentment by, like, the North Koreans don't necessarily hate the South Korean people. Their issue is with the government and the support of the United States.
Both groups feel that way. The South Korean people.
South Koreans don't necessarily hate the North Korean citizens. They have issues with the government in North Korea. It's sort of both of the same side.
Yeah,
both groups
the
of
problem
people
with the government's
don't necessarily hate each other, because for all intents and purposes, North and South Koreans are just Koreans.
I never said they.
So if you ever,
I never said they hated.
But you implicitly imply that when you say that, like, these people are just their own separate, you know, what I mean. It's,
the line is a travesty.
All right,
all of
go to bed.
Korea, there should be one Korea controlled by the South Korean government.
There should be one Korea controlled by
Well,
whatever
okay.